We still have a couple of minutes before we get started, but if you're here for item 2019 R023, that item has been withdrawn by the applicant. That is the one on the borrow pit and debris disposal facility. It has been withdrawn. See if he's ready. It's 6 o'clock, so let's get started. We've got a lot to cover tonight. If you would please stand with me and ask Mr. Calkins to lead us in prayer. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for being here, making the trip down to Tiger Point. I know for some of you it's a long run. Some of us drive to Milton 2 times a quarter, but we just try to move them around a little bit. We are an all-volunteer board. We are appointed by your county commissioners. We don't get paid a dime for doing this. We hear 4 types of cases tonight. We will hear variances, conditional use, rezonings, and special exceptions. I'll let you know as we go through if ours is the final word. Well, nothing's the final word, because if you don't like the way we rule, it can be appealed to the county commissions. Other ones, like variances, are just a recommendation. They're going to go to the county commission automatically. Before we go any further, I'm going to let my fellow board members introduce themselves. And before we do that, I want to take a point of personal privilege and offer our condolences to Don Roberts in the loss of his mother.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jeremy Reeder. I was appointed for District 1 by Sam Parker.
Scott Kemp, and I was appointed by Commissioner Bob Call.
My name is Bill Seelman, and I was appointed by Commissioner Salter.
Good evening. I'm Jim Wade. I was also appointed by Commissioner Don Salter.
Good evening. I'm James Calkins. I was appointed by Commissioner Bob Cole, District 2.
Good evening. I'm Van Hibberts, and I was appointed by Dave Peach, District 4.
Good evening, I'm Darlene Stanhope. I'm the staff advisor to the zoning board.
I'm Sean Ward, Planning and Zoning Director for Santa Rosa County.
My name is Lonnie Hawkins. I was appointed by Commissioner Lane Lynchard, and I have the pleasure of serving as your chairman. Just to kind of give you a way we're going to try to handle things, because we've got a very full agenda with 18 items. I'm going to try to limit discussion on each item to 30 minutes. If all 18 items take their full 30 minutes, that means we're here for 9 hours. I'm hoping we don't do that. I'm going to give the applicant 15. If they don't take it all, that's great. Those that want to speak in opposition also have 15. If the board still has questions after the 30 minutes has lapsed, we can take as long as we want asking questions. That's the general way we would like to run this tonight. First item on the agenda is a review of the minutes from the April 11th meeting. They are in your packets. Do I hear any corrections or additions to the minutes?
Move to accept as read.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for approval of the minutes. All in favor, raise your hands. Minutes are approved. Old business, tabled from the April 11th meeting, 2019 variance 031.
Case number 2019-V-031, Patrick and Susan McVeigh are requesting a variance to reduce the east side setback from 11.7 feet to 8.13 feet to accommodate a single-family residence. The location of the subject site is 7060 Pro-Am Court in Navarre. The subject site is in an R1 zoning district, which is single-family residential. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up of the subject site. The existing land use is vacant, and it's surrounded by single-family residential and recreational commercial. It is in a stormwater problem area. This is the proposed site plan. The area that is proposed to go into the setback is circled in red. It's just a small portion at the back part of where the proposed residence would be. This is looking at the subject site. This is looking at the property to the east of the subject site. This is looking north. The subject site is behind us. This is looking north. The subject site is behind us. And that is all.
Thank you. Have anything to add? And I also need name and address for the record. Is it on? Is a little green light on down there? There's a button. There's a button in the middle of the pedestal. Just push where it says push.
The pet. Oh, hey,
There
how's
it
that?
goes.
Hey, we're cooking now. I didn't realize you guys were all volunteering. I would like to thank you all for your time. I know a couple of you up here, Mr. Hibbertson. Thank you, Mr. Ward, and my neighbor James. And my condolences to Mr. Richards, who lost his mom. I just want to make one point. That what we did was, when we looked at this, we had just a little bit of space on either side. We needed to fit that house on the lot because it's pie-shaped. We knew we were going to be over a little bit on two corners, or we could slide it to the left or slide it to the right. And we submitted an application with the house slid to the right so that where we go over the setback lines is furthest away from any home surrounding it. And if you could, would it be possible, Miss Stan, if you could go back a couple of slides to where the house is right next door to it?
And I need you to stay, because we're broadcasting on the internet, to stay close so they can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not used to this, but about halfway up the lot where you had that circle, if you could imagine that, you can see that corner is is furthest away from any of the houses, and that corner is actually further away from those houses than the whole left side is to the house to the left of it. So we tried to make it to where it's not encumbering anybody as much as possible. It's the pie shape that got us.
Do we have any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could you have not have made the house 100 square foot smaller?
It's big family. It wasn't, I mean, we did give them that option, and we also even offered them another lot, but they have had their heart set on that house and they bought that lot for that house, and it was too late. By the time they bought the house, before they came to us, they just want that house. So, and they got a big family, so kind of hard. That particular corner is actually a bedroom.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, that is also in that's in a low area where you've got drainage issues in there?
I don't know that there are drainage issues in there. There doesn't seem to be any that are visible that I can see. No, sir, I don't know of any drainage issues there. And also know that we have to grade the lot per the county requirements as far as the drainage goes. So we'll comply to all the requirements as we usually do.
Have you had an opportunity to speak with your clients about reducing the size of that home so that it falls within the guidelines of the LDC?
Yes, sir.
When they bought that lot, they knew what they were getting.
I wasn't there when they bought the lot, so I can't speak to that, but I imagine that to be true. But they weren't certain, obviously, when they picked that lot, they weren't certain who was going to build their home, and they walked into our awesome model, and they want that exact home. It's about 7 bedrooms, and they have a big family, and it's hard to find homes like that around here, especially to fit on, that particular lot. It's got a base foundation footprint that would be similar to a typical 3,000 square foot home, but we've got a second story on it. So we tried to do everything we could to make it fit on that lot.
I have a question for staff. The house on the left side, if you were to go back to that picture, I mean, that house looks like it's basically sitting on the property line. Is there a variance that was approved for that house, and do we have any information on that?
No, sir, no variances were issued in this area. It could be just a shift also of the aerial. Generally
Yeah.
Generally there's an aerial flyover, and there's a difference in between the aerials there.
Mr. Chairman, would it be a safe thing to ask if there's anyone in opposition?
That was
Any
one that's-
neighbors?
Once we finish with the board, I was going to see if there's anyone in the audience in opposition. Seeing none. Either more questions from the board, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Yeah, I think obviously we talk about this every month, but there's a reason why we have this variance process, and I think they're sliding to the right, as you can see on the map, definitely is better, in my opinion, than doing a little bit off of both sides, because the right side is going to have less of an impact on neighbors, and really getting away a little bit from that house on the left, which it seems to me like it's encroaching probably a lot more than 8 feet. But as this one sits, I think they've done about as good a job as they can on a pie-shaped lot to make this fit. And obviously it's not a typical lot, and that's the reason we have this variance process. So I would be in support.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. Yeah.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. And my question is to the board members, and I'd like to see a show of hands of how many of these board members have actually gone out to these locations to look to see what issues that we're having out there.
I think if I may speak to that, I mean, there's a reason why the staff spends so much time putting this stuff together. I would hope they don't expect us to drive out to 18 different places to view them with our eyes and take out a tape measure. I trust the staff when they give us this stuff. I think that's the burden that we're held to is to use that information.
Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Reader. There are some items on here that I do, check out, but I don't have time to go to every single property, and I think our staff does a fantastic job in getting us all this information. And according to this issue, I think the only thing missing on that picture is a house. It's a perfect place for a house. And I'm going to support.
Mr. Chairman, that was the whole purpose of our being appointed to these positions, were to go and visit these locations. I understand that everybody doesn't have the time to do it. You've got a month to go and visit 19 different properties on here. And I just have a difficult time, and I agree that the staff has put in a lot of time. They also have denied the request as well. If you'll take the time to read through these.
That's a recommendation, sir. They don't have the authority to deny a request.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Hibbers, in response to your question, yes, I fit more than I care to think about golf balls into that lot. And I personally am gratified that someone's going to build a house there that hopefully will kick them back into the fairway inbounds. So I am very much in favor of this motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Those opposed? And the motion passes. Did you get all the names? Thank you, ma'am. Next item, 2019
Thank you.
V34. Also tabled from last month.
Good evening. How y'all doing?
Let the staff make the presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Case number 2019-V-034, KVMER Enterprises LLC is requesting two variances. One, to reduce the front setback from 25 feet to 22 feet to accommodate a mobile home approximately 1,064 square foot. And the second variance is to reduce the rear setback from 25 feet to 22 feet to accommodate the mobile home, which is approximately 1,064 square foot. The subject site is located at 1975 Justice Circle in Gulf Breeze. The subject site is in an R1M, which is a mixed residential subdivision zone. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up of the aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is vacant. There is single-family residential to the north and west, vacant to the east and south. This is the proposed site plan showing the placement of the mobile home. This is looking at the front of the residence. This is standing at the front of the residence looking toward Justice Circle. This is looking south along the rear of the residence. And this is looking north along the rear of the property. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And what do you have to add?
We wanted to, first of all, apologize for missing my meeting last month. I travel a lot, and
Give your name, please.
I'm sorry, Remy Adderby, representing KVMER Enterprises. And like I said, I wanted to apologize for missing my meeting. Missing my meeting last month. I was out of town, and the following day when I got back was when I got the letter in the mail. I missed the phone call and the email to be there, so, and I apologize about the loss in the family. But so based on this building or this project right here, this is my first project with mobile homes, and I don't think I'll ever do anything with mobile homes again. But the whole plan was done based on the approval of when I turned this in to the county. And based on that, that's how we got water. That's how we got the guy to move the mobile home. There were two plans I was going to turn in. The first one was this one that you looked at. And the second one was actually the land sitting square. The mobile home sitting square on the land. And I chose this style because it gives the whoever moves in. It's supposed to be a rental property, but it gives them a little bit of privacy in the backyard. That's really why it's turned the way it's turned. If I turn it back the other way, I still will be in that 22 feet range where I'll still be, right here in front of y'all, talking about it. So everything basically that we did, me and my wife, based on this project, was based on the approved plan. So,
Do you own the lot?
yes, sir.
Was it surveyed before you purchased it?
Yes, sir. It was surveyed.
And at the closing, did they show you the setbacks and stuff? They're normally shown on the surveys.
That's one thing I probably missed.
Okay.
I didn't see that one.
Because that's where I would look first and then look at the
Right.
length of the mobile home and see,
Right.
27 feet going to fit or does it need to be 25 feet?
I agree.
But
Agree.
it's there and we're at this point now.
Yes,
So,
sir.
questions from the board?
Yeah, I think this came up last month, and with you not here, we decided to table it. I was questioning, why it was kind of catty corner, where if you turned it, it would fit. But I guess it kind of makes sense if it's perpendicular to the road instead of horizontal, then they don't have a front or backyard really.
Right.
So I guess turning it, if it was completely horizontal to it, then it'd be way past the setbacks. So I'm assuming the intent was to turn it as much as you
As much
could.
as yes.
And so it's my understanding you thought you were within the guidelines,
Right.
and that's the reason you put it there.
Right. And I think just reviewing the video from last month, a statement was made that, we set it up and then up here trying to, beg for permission, I guess. That was not the case. The case was, we turned this in, they approved it, we ran with it.
Any other questions from the board? Anyone in the audience care to speak on this item? What's the pleasure of the board?
I have a hard time, not believing him when he says that this was an accident. I understand that. It's a lesson learned and an expensive one. Doing this process is not cheap.
Yes, it is.
It would, a lot cheaper than having to move it, obviously. But I don't see why we'd not give him 3 feet for that. Like I said, a lesson has been learned, and at least $300 or $500 lesson, and I don't think it's going to make an impact on the neighbors.
No.
As it sits. It's better than if it was completely horizontal. He'd need, all the way down to maybe 5 or 6 feet on each side. So this was a compromise. I think this is the execution got missed somehow, but to me, that's a forgivable mistake, and I'd be willing to support. I'm not sure my other board members are, but if you need me to put that in the form of a motion, I will. I'd make a motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second. Discussion from the board. Those in favor? And opposed?
Do you mind if I ask Mr. Hibbets what's the reason for the opposed?
Yes, sir. When you bought your property, as the chairman has stipulated earlier, the setback rules are there. We have a land development code that is provided to this county,
Okay.
and we have rules and regulations, and that's what those are for.
Okay.
That's something that should have been discussed with you by the surveyor. Not only that, but when the mobile home was delivered to you, perhaps they could have mentioned something to you as well. But be that as it may, the land development code says that the setbacks are what they are, and we've got rules.
Okay. So the history behind this land, real quick, is my wife, she actually got it through a tax deed about 8 years ago.
I'm sorry, say,
The history behind this land was basically my wife got it through a tax deed about 8 years ago. And it wasn't until 2 years ago that we decided to clean it up and, turn it into a rental property. And the survey that I got, I don't recall seeing that information on it. And like I said, once we turned all the plot plan in and it was approved, I figured everything was, good to go. Now, this land, all the rules we follow was based on the quarter-acre land. This land right here is actually 0.22 acre. So, like he said, it was a lesson learned, and, I don't think I'll mess with a mobile home again.
But also, you're approved.
Oh, okay.
that's
Well, I appreciate it.
Next item on the agenda, 2019 CU 008 was withdrawn by the applicant. So we'll move on to the next one, which is 2019 V 036.
Case number 2019-V-036, Navarre Boardwalk and Marina LLC, represented by Eric Vines of Cellular Nerd, is requesting to reduce the front setback from 50 feet to 0 feet to accommodate an itinerant vendor. This is a code enforcement case. The location of the subject site is 8495 Navarre Parkway in Navarre. The subject site is in an HCD HON, which is Highway Commercial Development, Heart of Navarre zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. This is the existing land use, which is commercial. Public-owned property to the east. Office and commercial to the north and commercial to the west. This is a site plan showing the location of the itinerant vendor in relation to the 50-foot setback. This is looking east at the front of the itinerant vendor. This is showing the deck in relationship to the power pole, which is an approximate front property line. And this is just looking at the itinerant vendor, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
My name's Eric Vines, 4977 Wabash Pine Court in Pace, and I do want to thank you guys for your time being here tonight. Is that better? Okay.
Just when you finish, don't turn it off. Let's just leave it on.
I won't
Thank
touch
you.
it. No, but I do want to thank you guys for your time tonight. When I started Cellular Nerd, it's been a mobile business. I started it out of a van. Some of the people here, I've worked on the phones before, some I haven't. But it started out of a van, and I was a mobile business. I at the time didn't realize I needed to even be an itinerant vendor. I was running a mobile service from my home, and the company has grown. When I went and bought the trailer, I was still under the impression that I was a mobile business. I have tag, insurance, everything on the trailer to make it portable and mobile. The reason that we put it in the location where it is on that lot was access to the power. I pulled measurements from some other itinerant vendors in the area, and that's kind of where I got my measurement from other ones. I don't want to point fingers or throw names out there, but there are numerous other itinerant vendors that may operate out of concession trailers or different businesses like that that have been approved for variances with their setback, and I feel like my business is something that the community wants and needs. You know, there's a lot of people that really support what we do in the Navarre area, and I really want to stay there. If I had to move that location far enough away from the power, truthfully, I would have to close that location, and my van would service all of Navarre. And that's not what I want. I'm a 35-year resident in Navarre, just recently bought a house in Pace. I love the community, and I want to be a part of the growth there. But that's really my case. So.
Thank you. Normally, I just try to moderate, but last week, I went to get me a sausage sandwich at my favorite barbecue place in Navarre, and I saw a mother standing at the window conducting business with you
Yes,
while
sir.
her toddler was off the deck approaching Highway 98. I mean, you're right on the edge of the right-of-way. It's a safety issue. If you could move 25, I'd split the difference with you. Move it a little bit away from the road, because I've got concerns for your customers.
I actually have the same exact measurement. If anyone wants to pull a tape measure from the Donut Paradise, from that yellow line on 98, I'm exactly the same measurement. That's where I got my measurement from the first time, across the street. And when I talked to the zoning about where I had got that measurement from, their response to me was they'd never had a reason to go out and measure that, but they had a reason to come out and measure mine.
Well, I saw one on my way here that's just down past Villa Venice, and their trailer actually splits. The power line is over the top of it.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yeah, and there's itinerant vendors in Navarre the same way that have been approved.
And I'm thinking code enforcement gonna go look at one, they need to look at all of them.
Yes, sir.
Let's get something uniform. And I personally can't support it just because of a safety concern for myself. But I'm only one vote. Questions from other board members, and then we'll see if anyone in the audience wants to speak.
Mr. Chair, I would like to commend him. You bring a huge asset to our community. It's people like you that we need more of, and it's businesses like you that bring tax revenue to our county. I also want to commend James Dabney, the owner of the restaurant, for giving you the opportunity to be there also.
Yes, sir.
And he's done so much for this community. There's no guy that I know that has volunteered, given his time, built a business, added employees, brought revenue for the county, and I'm 100% in support of what you do, and I thank you, sir, for everything, and I'm definitely voting in favor of this, but I also agree, with the little bit of the setbacks, and maybe we can work something out, but I'm going to support as is with Mr. Vines, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, I have a question. That platform, is that absolutely necessary? So I think one of the issues is if you had to move the trailer because they needed to work on the power, or I'm sure there's something underground underneath you where you are, or at least that platform. Obviously, that it probably helps.
Yes, sir.
Instead of having gravel and maybe grass and stuff, but could your business survive without that platform?
The water drains there. The access for the drainage and the rain is there, and that's kind of why we did it, so the customers wouldn't have to stand in the rain, because it slopes down, and then you have the sewer drain for 98 right there to the left.
Gotcha. I mean, the obviously the concept makes sense. I think it's something that these types of vendors, there's a place for them. And that roadway is super wide. I mean, you're probably 50 feet from the road. The
Yes, sir.
problem is the power and all those
Yes,
things.
sir.
They're sitting off there. And so, unfortunately, the way the county looks at setbacks, it doesn't start at the road.
Yes, sir.
It starts at where the right-of-way stops. And obviously, this road could one day be widened.
And if it ever is widened with being a
you
mobile
move.
business, I'll
Right.
absolutely move it.
Yeah, and I definitely get that's one of the advantages of being able to move if that would happen.
Yes, sir.
But I think you're definitely in kind of a danger zone. One for safety, but also with the stuff that's there. Because the trailer is, I mean, when you could probably move it by pushing it, you probably wouldn't have to have a vehicle.
Yes, sir.
But the platform, that's a little different story. You'd have to a little bit more serious something to move that.
We could move it with a bobcat if needed, and there is one there on site.
Gotcha. But I'm kind of in limbo on this one. I really think, like the chairman said, if it were splitting the difference, I'd feel much better about it. But being right there, right on the power line, and kind of, there's not a whole lot of barrier, nor would you be able to put a barrier between you and the road because of setbacks.
We've measured a little bit to see where I could actually still get access to power. I could go back about 10 more feet and still have access to power.
I mean, me personally, I'd feel much better about it than where it is now, if that makes sense. But I think that's still, we still got some issues if you're there. But that's my 2 cents.
James, come on up.
Hey guys, hey, thanks for coming out. James Dabney, 9200 Military Trail. Obviously, Eric's on my property. If Miss Stanhope, which I've worked with her quite often. I know Scott, I know James, I know Mr. Hawkins. I know everybody pretty much up here. I don't know Mr. Hibbets or I think Mr. Reeder. I don't think I've met you, or Mr. Richards. I do offer my condolences for your mom. I lost mine 2 years ago, and it's definitely a trying time. I bless you for what you're going through. Darlene, would you go back to the one that faces? Let's see, if we're facing eastbound. So right here, if you see right here, if a car comes that way, it's never going to get to his trailer. There's a telephone pole to the right. To my left. There's a fire hydrant, too, directly in front of his trailer. Behind that right there, to the right of that, is power. Mr. Hawkins will testify what I'm saying. Behind that is the biggest mailbox that Navarre's ever seen. Okay? It is literally about 8.5 foot wide, 10 foot tall, but probably 12 foot tall. It's a fireplace pit basic look to what we have inside East River. You look to the eastbound side, you see a 3-phase power pole standing where you're at right now. He is in the middle of 2 protected areas, and that's why I decided to put him there. The platform that you referenced is there for one particular reason and one particular reason only. It is to make that ground level. Doesn't slope this way, doesn't slope this way. That platform can be ADA handicapped like that. The ADA requires you to have certain setbacks and stuff like that. He doesn't fall under that category because he is an itinerant vendor. He can come and go as he pleases. So at the end of the day, he has a tag. It's a mobile business. I can put him back out there in a van. We won't be having this conversation. So he's set up to be there as an itinerant vendor. If the county chooses to make him leave, obviously I've got no choice but to make him leave. He's no more in a different area or safety concern because my customers park their cars there. Behind that trailer is a line of cars the entire length. The entire length. So is he in any more shape of being in danger? If an accident happens, God willing, nobody gets hurt. Highway 98, it's a busy road. I agree with Mr. Hawkins 100%. I see accidents all day long in front of East River. It's the accident where the guy who's talking on the cell phone, the girl who's putting on her makeup, I put him in an area where I thought it was going to be protected. He's literally got about 25 feet between power poles where he's going to be sitting or where he is sitting. So I just ask that you guys look at that. And the property is a very narrow property. It's about 200 foot wide by 130 deep, Ms. Stanhope? Something like that. So if you set them back to the back, we had this issue when I built East River. It was a restricted thing, so everything had to be built, but it was a permanent business. So we had to meet a lot of criteria. We are in future development of that property. We have a development order that's been put in place, but as an itinerant vendor, I think y'all understand where we're coming from. And I don't have a problem trying to put something up, and it wouldn't be in the setback rules. We can do the same thing, what you're talking about. We can put up a guardrail or a handrail in the front of that thing that blocks that area to where the child is out by 98.
Would it be possible, rotate the trailer 90 degrees so that the service window in the pallet is more in line with East River and his customers are a little bit further away from the highway? If the kids wander off the pallet, they're not going towards the highway, they're going towards the parking lot or going towards the restaurant.
I had the same thought, but I was saying 180, and then your customers are on the inside. Move it the 10 to 15 feet inside, and then put your platform on that side. You may not need a platform. There's a reason the ground's not level there. It's in the drainage area.
Well, everything drains that way.
So you should, in my opinion, I agree with your business. I don't agree with your location. If you were to move it in, I would be agreeable to, if you change the side. Is there a reason that you have the customers on the outside that we don't know about?
It's a window visibility thing, and I can speak for him because obviously you guys know I'm the largest Christmas tree guy around here. Sell more fireworks than anybody around. I've been doing this a long time. It's all about visibility. I mean, and I don't have a problem with it because at the end of the day, he can turn the trailer 180 degrees. We can move the platform to the other side. That's not a problem.
Yeah, that'd be the way you got to prove
But he's going to
it.
have a service door to the back. It's not going to change anything. He has the advertising that's still there. It's just a service window issue. If you're asking about why it's turned that way, it's a visibility thing. You're not going to turn your business front door entrance to the back of the road. You're always going to face your business to the front of the road.
Mr.
If you're
Chair?
within a setback, yes.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I was thinking. If you did 180 degrees, you're only losing one, maybe two parking spots.
I'm not losing any places.
Gotcha.
If I did move it, I'm not losing any places. All my parking places, there's not even a parking place there.
Gotcha.
That's
Well,
why that trailer's sitting.
I got you. I know you'd mentioned that there's, people park, or they could park right on the back
They
of his trailer.
back
but
right
if
up to
you-
his trailer, and
Yeah,
it
what I'm
did
saying
not
is-
affect any of my parking because that's
Yeah.
a dead zone. When you catty corner park, when you 45-degree turn, you're always going to lose spots.
Right.
That's why nobody likes to do 45 turns. That parking lot was set up and designed to be 45 turns for turn radius
Yeah.
to come in, so that the school buses, the people who use our parking lot to access the county park, that was all designed with Miss Stanhope and all of us. Leslie Statler, when she was here, we went round and round with that and made it to where everybody would be happy with the design of that parking lot. And that is, truthfully, if you was to pull up that design, it's a non-used area.
Right.
It's a bed.
Yeah.
There's other issues there other than just the safety with the children on that platform. There's also, you've got a fire hydrant right there, which creates an issue. You're only allowed to be within so many feet of that fire hydrant. So that presents another concern as well, in addition to the platform being out in the street. But then I fall back to our regular guidelines of the Land Development Code, which says it's 50 feet. That's where it should be. And then you're going to eliminate those safety concerns as well as having a fire hydrant. If you catch on fire, you have a serious problem. Because
that's not an
you've
accessible
got-
fire hydrant. That hydrant, sir, accesses my marina. And like you said earlier, if you'd have visited my site, I would have been glad to show you what that hydrant was there for.
Actually, I have been out there several
Yeah,
times, and
that
I've eaten there
hydrant-
quite
that hydrant-
often,
that
I might have
hydrant-
had.
That hydrant supplies the marina.
Right.
The marina catches fire, the boats are in the marina. I don't think it's going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? That hydrant was there. That hydrant's there for future development, but it's also there for the marina. That's an FDC connection, so it's not a hydrant. The only way they're going to use that or need that is if the marina catches fire. If you look beside that, there's a standpipe up beside that connects to my marina, that goes down to my marina, that feeds the fire hydrants that are on that marina.
Do we know what the
And Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, staff did reach out to Holly Navarre Fire Department, and they had no concerns regarding the location. Yes, sir.
So, I mean, we're in favor of whatever you guys decide. I'm here, I'm trying to stay out of the limelight. I've been there. Miss Darlene and I used to be on first name basis, Leslie and I. I'm done with that. I'm trying to do the right thing. I wanted to be on this board 3 years ago. I was voted to be on it, and I was turned down for dumb mistakes that I made when I was a little harder headed. Still pretty hard headed, but at the end of the day, I'm going to speak my voice just like Mr. Hibbert's going to, or Mr.
Hibbert's
going to speak his. And I'm going to tell you the same thing. I commend you guys for being volunteers, and I can tell you this. I know a few of you guys' schedules. Even though you may be retired, you have a family, you have life, you depend on these two, Mr. Sean Ward and Ms. Darlene, you depend on them to give you the feedback that you're looking for. And nobody can get to every site. 18 locations, work with us a little bit, But
Mr. Dabney, let me ask you, you've heard a couple of suggestions here and you talked about visibility earlier. Mr. Hawkins brought up a possible scenario of turning it 90 degrees. Would that give more
Good with that.
visibility?
You're not gonna lose any more parking
Or turning it all the way around?
it's
Is
a
one
10-foot
better than the
platform.
other?
It's a 10-foot platform. It's about a 7.5-foot trailer. It's 17 foot no matter if you turn it this way, that way, or upside down. It's still 17 foot. So if you turned it 90 degrees, he's going to be facing the eastbound traffic. The platform's going to be sitting there. If you want to put up a fence, still the same principle.
Yeah. Last thing we want to do is
Put
hurt
up a fence in
business.
the right of way. Don't want to go there.
We don't want to hurt business, and you certainly don't want to hurt a citizen.
I say
so-
fence.
So
let's reiterate that we put a handrail up.
well, I don't think the current location is an option, but if you were to move in, I think you maybe have a possibility.
Turn it 90 degrees, if that's what you guys,
And move
so be
in.
the wishes of it. Well, moving it in, if you turn it 90 degrees, it's going to move the service window in, and then you move it back that distance what you're asking for, it will fit that way, so I don't think that would be a problem. So it's really based off what you guys are looking for, county's looking for.
So, question?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, so before you walk away, James, so I'm going to try to bring this into a landing because we don't want to be here for 9 hours like we were about 2 months ago. So would you be willing to change your request to, or I'm sorry,
It's ours.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
fine.
I know, joint ownership, but to change your request then officially to request to turn the building, the 90 degrees, move it back 10 feet officially. That way we can put it
Moving
here.
the building, you won't be able to move the trailer. If you spin it, it's a 17 by 17 basic area, so whichever way you spin it 90 degrees, it's still gonna be in the same thing here, but what you can do is put a handrail on that thing, and you would still be out of that.
I think what he was saying is, what we're asking for is a little of both. Turn it 90 degrees, but then also move back 10 feet.
If you were to move it back 10 feet,
You're already
it
10
would
foot
put
off
it.
the property line.
Yeah, if we moved it 90 degrees, it's going to be longer this way, and it's going to set the trailer back into where people can't flow through
driveway.
his employee parking. It's going to go into the driveway.
Well, at the end of the day, what you're asking, it's already 10 foot off the property line. Already 10 foot. The deck, which is not a
Right,
permanent,
so if we're
property
moving the
line?
deck, we're 10
foot
feet off.
off the
Yeah,
property line,
yes.
Okay.
right now.
I
Picture
don't
will
have,
show you
Miss-
that if she pulls it up.
Yeah, if we can
Yeah.
go to the picture, it shows.
So-
It'll show you it's 10 foot already off the property line. The deck,
is what's,
it's not a zero setback.
Yeah, it's
The
at 10
deck
foot.
is not on DOT right away. It's 10 foot off the property line, and if you really want to get technical with it, it's 11 foot 6. But we'll leave it at 10
so
foot.
my question for staff is, can we change the request from 0 feet to 10 feet without re-advertising? That rotates the trailer exactly 90 degrees, and you move the pad.
Just gonna put the trailer, you're putting, it's exactly what you just said. You're moving the trailer there. And I would put a handrail up anyway, and if I would have known that you seen that, I would have been the first one to recommend that. You guys know how I am. I'm gonna go around the smokehouse, look, everything's built for safety.
I know it is.
So just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, yes, you can certainly ask for less than the 50 foot. The deck is considered an accessory structure, so yes, it is basically on the right of way. So that's why it was included as part of the 10
So
foot.
we're moving the deck.
But you're moving the deck, but if you
where the
turn, if you
service window
rotate it 90
rotates.
degrees, at that point, certainly you can do less than that.
If you think that will work, I'm ready to hear a motion from one of the board members.
But the deck is not on county right of way. It's on my property. Okay, so as long as we all know that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve without comment.
I'll
Without
second.
Objection.
So we're gonna turn it 90 degrees.
gonna be a
The property's gonna be facing eastbound. We're gonna push it to where the tongue of the trailer does not impede on the cars going through the drive lane that's there now.
Is it not a removable tongue like most of them that go
It's
into
not.
fairgrounds?
Anything
The
is with a
reason I
tongue and with
nosed
a
it in,
saw.
the reason I nosed it in originally, the thing that I honestly got a little anxiety about turning it because that makes me accessible for somebody to come hook up and pull off $100,000. The way it's nosed in now. If you look at the nose, you have to have a bobcat to move it because we have the nose in where someone couldn't steal it.
Going back to one of my other volunteer days when I served on Santa Rosa County Fair Board, we charged our vendors by the foot. So most of them had a removable hitch because they'd save 3 or 4 feet of rent by doing so. That's fairly easy to do.
It would be nothing to sleeve the collar and make it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there again, like you said, that tongue is gonna be within the 10-foot setback that we're turning it. So really, he did it that way, and honestly, he had future development of putting a picnic table over there underneath my live oak tree so he could have his customers sitting there. That was the reason why everything was facing that way. Not a big deal.
And will you clarify within the 10-foot setback? What do you mean by that?
If you turned the
I don't-
trailer
yeah, I
right
don't-
now
I don't-
and you turned it the other way to
Yeah, I don't
face
think
the-
anything should be within the 10-foot setback.
Well, the 10-foot setback, the tongue of the trailer is gonna be,
Should be south of there.
it's not gonna, it won't fit.
It'll
If
push
you're
it
trying
into
to
the
turn
drive line.
You're trying to turn a 6-foot wide area, and you're trying to spin it back this way, and then you're
You're
trying to
making
make
it
it fit
15.
within the 10-foot area. So you're wanting 10 foot on a 16-foot trailer, or 12, 13-foot, 14-foot trailer.
Yeah.
So then you're wanting to turn it 14 foot plus 10, where it's only right now, it's only 10 foot plus 7 foot. It's only 17 foot. Total.
Then I would go back and say, move it 10 feet, turn it around and put your pad to the other side. That would be my solution.
Yeah, because I think what he's saying is where the trailer's sitting right now, you're 10 feet away from the road. It's the deck that's not. So if you literally just did a 180, and then stuck the deck on the other side, then we're within.
That's your 12 foot. You're 6 foot this way. You turn this way. Now you're 12 foot. Of
Well, I'm
plus
saying
the dump.
I'm saying 180. So not 90, but just picking it up, spinning it all the way around. We're just
So you're gonna set the trailer on the lot line and then put the deck on.
no. I'm saying just spin it where it is now, 180 degrees, and put the deck on the other side.
So
I
the
honestly
back
didn't
of the
measure that, but I
trailer,
don't know if it'll fit.
the back of the trailer, the suggestion is the back of the trailer would go right to the property line now?
No, 180
Yeah.
180 degrees, not 90. So
Well,
Well, we already have
180
a variance in place for what do we have? What's the variance for my land development code that's there? 5 foot? For landscape. We have
For
a
land?
5 foot setback for landscape, which means my parking lot is now 5 foot. I could park right up to that 5 foot landscape. So if we go 5 foot, I can make it work, is what I'm gonna say. You go 5 foot off the property line, I'm 11.6 now, I'm gonna lose 3'6". I'm gonna be 5 foot, turn the trailer 180 degrees or 90 degrees or whatever, I can make that work. So that's pretty much the option that we would have. If you wanna go 5 foot, I think I can make it work on the 180 or I know I can make it work on the 90.
See, the
But the 180
180 degree turn is going to hurt business. Nobody's going to see it that way. The 90 degree turn, I think that still gives me some visibility, but I'm just going to look like a trailer in the parking lot with the back up to 98 when it turns, and it's going to quickly not be feasible. My business
We're
to stay there.
approaching
I won't
25
tie- I
minutes,
won't
so
tie you guys up.
let me see what the board wants to do. Does anyone in the audience want to speak for or against? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr.
We
Chairman,
had a motion and a second, didn't we, already on
No,
the
we
floor?
had discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're confronted with the proverbial square peg in a round hole here. I think two viable solutions have been offered, and there's been some resistance from the business owner because of visibility and signage, access, whatever. But we still get back to the fact that we've got something that really doesn't fit here, and we're trying to make some accommodations.
If I remove the deck, am I a mobile business at that point because it's licensed and insured,
Well, the alternative is to move it somewhere else.
or park a van?
Pensacola, I don't care.
No, but I mean,
You're still considered an itinerary vendor, as long as you're selling out of it, whether if it's a van or the trailer or whatever, it's still considered an itinerary vendor.
well, let's just get back to the point of, I mean, you're saying there's resistance. There's no resistance. We're asking what the width.
Oh, I understand that. I
Do you
understand
want it
that.
90 degrees, or do you want it 180? We heard two suggestions from you. Both were open. I just gave you a move it 5 foot, send it back to 5 foot. I've already been approved for 5 foot.
I'm not disputing that at all. The other business owner has
Well,
some,
ultimately, I'm the landlord, so guess
Okay.
what?
Well,
This was
ultimately-
my zone.
5 foot came from you and not from us.
I'm just saying, no, I'm
Actually,
saying,
he said
I will not
180
support
was the
5
question.
foot, I can tell you that.
If
The
somebody would-
suggestion was 180.
Well, I think the suggestion, how you position it is totally up to you. I think I'm hoping I hear a motion for a 10-foot setback variance, and then you can decide how to make the trailer fit in that location, be it 90, be it 180, be it standing on end.
not a problem.
Because I know you're,
Want to set the trailer back at 10 foot off the property line?
yes.
All under the understanding of that?
Everything.
That's fine, I got you.
Mr. Chairman, can Mr. Kemp restate his motion?
Thank you. Yes. So the motion is to place the trailer 10 feet off the property line. Is that correct?
Minimum of 10 foot.
A minimum of 10 foot.
I think we're just asking. You're making a motion to approve at 10 feet versus 0 feet.
Right.
Correct.
Yes.
And I think the trailer is irrelevant, really,
Right.
according to the request. It's just the variances for the setback, so.
Yeah, so we're
So-
making a motion to approve the
Approved
10-foot
10
setback.
foot vice 0 feet.
But then you're going to have the platform still out.
No, the
Platform goes
platform
away.
is considered
10
part
foot
of the
trailer.
development.
I'm okay with it, but I kind of more would go with 5 foot, but I don't know if I'll have support from the rest of the board.
So let
Go
me,
with 10 foot. We're
All right.
good. We're good on the 10
Okay.
foot. You guys made your recommendation.
All right, I'll
I'm
second.
agreeing based off what you guys are saying.
so just for further discussion, Mr. Chairman, if we offer a variance for the setback, it is just for this vendor?
Yes.
Okay, just for this vendor. Just want to make that clear. It's not for the property itself.
Apples and oranges. Yes, sir. They're two separate businesses.
Absolutely. All right, thank you.
So we'll have a motion for a 10-foot
In a second.
and to have a second. What's the pleasure of the board?
I
Got
have a
question?
couple of questions.
Okay.
Mr. Ward, I would like to say, I would like to commend the officer, Bell, for his work out there. And he cited that there were several other signs in the right-of-way, and I hope you will ask him to go back down there and get the signs out of the right-of-way. Because that's something that we have fought for years, to get them out of the right-of-way and get them on your property. And now you got somebody that's trying to enforce that, and I want to commend that. Thank you.
You missed a good county commissioner meeting this morning.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote.
Thanks, guys.
7-1.
And those opposed?
7-1.
Next item.
After 30 minutes.
Case number 2019-V-041, Jose Rodriguez is requesting a variance to reduce the rear setback from 25 feet to 6.02 feet to accommodate 2 existing accessory structures. This is a code enforcement case. The location of the subject site is 8111 Navarre Parkway, Navarre, Florida. The subject site is in a HCD HON, Highway Commercial Development, Heart of Navarre zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is commercial, with office to the east, commercial to the north, vacant and commercial to the west, and multifamily residential to the south. This is the survey that was provided with the application. The area circled in red shows the location where the variance is being requested. This is looking at the front of the subject site from Highway 98. This is looking east at the 2 accessory buildings. And this is looking at the 2 accessory buildings and the rear of the property line. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address for the record.
8111 Navarre Parkway. And my name is Jose Rodriguez.
Tell us what's going on.
Well, as you see, the photos, I built those storage by my own long time ago. I don't have a place to go, so I did. And I have everything on the big one. I have everything. And I live there on that storage. It's a 16 by 24.
You live in the storage building?
I live on the store. I mean, on that storage.
Okay. I see a couple of issues with it besides the setbacks. I also think they're too close to the structure. I think we have setbacks both directions. And that large propane tank or CO2 tank, whatever that is, right up under the eave, is probably not positioned properly either.
I did ask the building department about those concerns, and they were looking into it. They just hadn't gotten back to me by tonight.
Mr. Chairman, are those structures tied down?
No.
Other questions from the board?
Yeah.
Anyone in the audience care to speak on this one?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. I think you're right. I mean, there's both directions here that are an issue, and part of the reason why there's a setback for both the property line as well as the house is that if your structure catches on fire, it's going to go to the fence and to the neighbor, but also back into your building. So it's, and of course, I'm sure the tank could be moved, but I think the structures themselves present a pretty big hazard, and that's why we have a setback from the house if they're not attached. I think in the past, we've had situations where even if we were to approve, you'd have to spend some serious money putting firewalls in because of the distance, if I'm not mistaken, in staff. I don't know if I'm exactly what the distance is to where, if approved, they would have to do the additional firewalls. These storage units, are they for, I'm assuming, storing stuff for the business itself?
In the beginning, yes, but then I have a few years ago, the economy went bad, so I can't afford it to pay the rent on that place. Now it's my own place. Now I'm paid for. I'm making payments, and I don't have no place to go, so I'm using it as my home.
So you're not living in the business, you're living
No.
in those
And
structures?
yes, on a 16 by 24 building. And when I did it, I didn't know all the rules, how much space. Otherwise, I make it a little bit more smaller one, so that way I can have more queen. And I would agree with your guys, it's kind of too close. If it get fire, of course, it's gonna be something ugly. But in this case, I wanted, your best recommendation. If it's, in case you guys deciding to keep it, I had to find out if it's worth it to put all the firewalls and all that stuff. If it's not worth it, then just forget it.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm at this point.
Yes, sir.
I have to make a motion to deny. There's too many issues on this that just needs closer look. I'd make a motion to deny.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Compassionate side of me sees your problem, that you have nowhere else to live, so you're living there on the premises, and that opens another whole can of worms about living in an HCD and other situations. So I'm inclined to support the motion to deny, and then suggest you work with staff to try to see what you can do.
And that's my question for staff. Is there a timeline that he's going to be forced into? I think we are all in agreement this is not the place for it for lots of reasons, but I certainly wouldn't want to say he's got a week to move out of his place, and, I don't know what the timelines are for those things.
And that's certainly something we can work with code enforcement on. I don't believe we have set timelines in place on that. This complaint actually came from the fire marshal from the Holly Navarre regarding that. So that's where this originated.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue. And I think the other thing I wouldn't want to do is, if he starts having to pay fines, well, that's going to prevent him from being able to go somewhere else. So I think we're all on the same page. This needs to stop happening, but I don't want to see him penalized financially, or being told he's got to get out next week. So I'd like to see us work with him on both possibly giving him time without having to accrue additional costs, which is going to put him in worse of a bind. And I don't know, again, I don't know what our purview is on those types of things, or if that's something that the Code Compliance Department would be inclined to decide on.
Well, since this is you can appeal to the county commission, that'll buy you 30 or 45 days just for the appeal process.
Right, I had to look at my rights and all that. Right. That's not the case. The case is, even if it's like I mentioned a while ago, if you guys approve to keep it, still I had to find out what's the best option to protect my big building. I'm concerned also in the same as your guys. So I agree with you guys. Whatever you guys decided, still I had to see what's the best option for me.
So we have a motion and a second to deny. Any further discussion amongst the board? If not, please vote. The yes vote is a motion to deny.
All right. Thank you.
And those opposed to the denial? 7-1 again. Here comes the rain. Next item, 2019 V042.
2019-V-042, Matthew Barrow is requesting a variance to reduce the rear setback from 9 feet to 5 feet to accommodate a swimming pool. The location of the subject site is 9077 Orlando Avenue, Navarre, Florida. The subject site is in an R1 single-family residential zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up of the aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential with single-family residential to the north, east, south, and west. This is the proposed site plan. The area surrounded in red shows the requested variance. This is looking at the subject site. This is looking into the backyard. The pool will be behind the house, and I didn't go in the backyard because there was a fence, and that's all I have. And there's also some citizen comments, actually one citizen comment in your packet. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Tell us what's going on.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Barrow. I live at 9077 Orlando Avenue. Pretty short and sweet, and just trying to put a pool in for the family to enjoy. I don't really have any other comments besides there are multiple single-family homes in a neighborhood that have what appears to be approved variances already for that 5-foot setback. So I'm just looking to do the same.
Any plans somewhere down the road to put a screen enclosure over the pool?
No, sir, not for my family, no.
And they couldn't put a rectangle and go straight with that, take that last curve out? Or I know it's a beautiful pool, the way it's designed.
Yes, sir, roger that. So basically that whether we went rectangle, I mean, I guess we could go extremely long and rectangle and bring that in. We were just trying to utilize the backyard the best we could, so.
Other questions from the board?
Is there any intent to put in a privacy fence since the neighbor behind you is complaining?
Yes, so there is I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is one back there.
So
But the question the neighbor asked was about the screen enclosure. That's why I asked.
sure, no screen enclosure, and the plan is to plant vegetation back there to even give us more privacy. Unfortunately, to put that particular pool in, I still have to go through the homeowners association to get approval, but I wanted to have the variance approval first. I do need to take a couple of trees out, but my goal is to plant additional vegetation back there to try and give us that privacy between us and the rear neighbor.
That was going to be my question. You have 2 large trees right there where that pool is proposed.
Yes, sir. I have quotes to have those removed and then plant additional vegetation.
Other questions from the board?
Those pools that you were talking about, that where the neighbors are located, there's only a few of them on your street, if I'm not mistaken, and those are within the guidelines of the LDC.
So I'd make the argument that, and I don't have, unfortunately, the exact addresses in front of me, but there are multiple structures where it may not be the pool within the pool, but it would be a screened-in patio that goes within 5 feet.
Looks like the 2 immediately behind him and to the north are almost right on the property line, looking at the close-up aerial.
And Mr. Chairman, just for clarification from staff, there have been no variances issued in that general vicinity. So the pools that you're looking at are within the setbacks.
Sean, are you saying that it's just from the visual of the aerial, we're just not seeing it, or are we thinking there's pools that?
No, sir. I'm looking at, we have a variance. So basically, anytime this board approves a variance, I have that mapped in GIS, and I can pull that up. And I'm looking at the map here, so they're not. I had the same question looking at it, and the determination was the difference between the rectangle size pools versus the bulb out, and that's kind of the issue at hand.
Is there any way you can get with your pool contractor and perhaps redesign so that it falls within the guidelines of the setback?
I can certainly try. I'm not denying that. We've actually had him out multiple times to try and figure out the best way to get the best bang for buck. Obviously, when you're putting money in to a pool, you want to get the largest pool possible, right, for your family to enjoy. However, I'd like to kind of go back, if we can, to whether the pool is there or there is a screened enclosure that falls within 5 feet, I guess I don't understand the difference. So I guess my case would be terminating the pool and leaving 5 feet or 6 feet, or terminating an enclosure and leaving 6 feet or 5 feet.
I think the reason he was asking is if you get the variance now and then come back later and want to screen it in, well, then now you're even farther, because I think there has to be 3 feet or 4 feet on the other side of your pool before the screen-in enclosure would stop. I think that's why he was asking, because that would be another 5 feet you'd have to go to do a screen-in.
Yeah, roger that. I understand. And so, like I said, no plans to put a screen.
Motion to approve with no future request for a screened enclosure.
Mr. Chairman, I think we might have someone who crept up to the front, might have someone to speak against.
Yes, sir. Come on up, name and address for the record, and let us hear your opposition. Just have a seat, we'll bring you back in just a minute.
My name is Frank Losi, and I'm the neighbor immediately behind the proposed pool. And I submitted a letter. I'd like to just go through some of the comments and then also elaborate on a couple other issues based upon what I've heard and observed this evening. In my request, I asked for a more detailed plan than what I've received. And there's a map in here by Blue Haven Pools, and it's kind of hard, and you showed it up here and you couldn't really see anything on that, but I was concerned, and I am continue to be concerned about the fact that, as someone already mentioned, if you have the edge of a pool right within 5 feet, and then you want to have an enclosure, because several of the neighbors I have pools, and they're actually, they got a screened-in enclosure that's real close. And if it's a step-by-step process, I could very well have a screened enclosure very close to my home. One of the concerns I have, and maybe it's a collateral, it's parochial, is about 10 years ago, I went to the ARB and I requested that I be permitted, this is the Homeowners Association ARB, requested permission to extend the concrete patio and then have a screened-in enclosure, so I'd have a larger screened-in enclosure. And the ARB limited me and expressly stated that I could be no closer with my screened-in enclosure than 10 feet. And so I had to limit the size of my enclosure to be within 10 feet, not 9 feet, but 10 feet. And that's the ARB. And if here you're being asked to give some approval, and the ARB apparently has not really acted upon this particular request. And I understand, I'm not trying to be obstructionist or anything, but I'm just concerned about the fact that as the property owner most affected by and the Blue Haven thing here, it talks about removing a fence and adding a fence, and I don't understand what all that goes to, because there right now is like a privacy fence, and is that going to be removed and replaced? These are details that I think need to be explicitly explained to you as members before you make an ultimate decision. And I'm not saying I object, I always will object. I just think that I'm entitled as the most affected property owner to be aware of what the exact details are, so that I'd be in a position to be able to give you more substantive comments. And with regards to to his credit, he did mention that there's going to be a couple of trees he wants to have removed. One of my collateral concerns, is sort of unrelated, is one of the trees is like, and I'm assuming that may be one of the trees he wants to have removed. It's 35, 40 or more feet high. The branches go over the privacy fence more than 10 feet, and I'm concerned if lightning ever hit the tree, it could come down and hit my house and was screened-in enclosure. And so these are issues I think need to be totally addressed before a final approval is given. I understand the desire of any family member to have a pool and to be able to accommodate, but someone suggested having more of a rectangular pool, and that would fall within, I'm sure the ARB would approve within the 9-10 feet, because as I said, I was restricted and I couldn't even, it wasn't a pool, it was just a screened-in enclosure, and I was limited to 10 feet. And so I think it'd be premature for this board to make any decision until a final determination is made by the Homeowners Association ARB. and please accommodate the fact that we bought a house, we wanted some privacy, and, you know, it just seems that the encroachment, I want to be held to the same standard, I want everyone else to be held to the same standard I was, is what I'm basically asking. And so I'd be happy to give any further comments. And if you do delay the decision, I'm not trying to be an obstructionist, and I'm not saying, oh, you shouldn't have a pool in your backyard. It's just I'm concerned about the close proximity. And if you have the edge of the pool, I can't tell for the drawing or whatnot, you can have the edge of the pool, but then normally behind the pool, you've got like a sidewalk area, and so with that concrete area, be even closer to within the encroaching of the 5 foot. Those are my concerns, and I appreciate the fact you've given me this opportunity, and I would appreciate if you extend the courtesy to the applicant to be able to have the opportunity to present more detailed information before you make a final decision. Thank you very much. Unless you have any questions of me. Mr. Calkins.
I just wanted to say, when he's finished, if there's not any other, we had a motion on the floor. I just wanted to second the motion from Mr.
Mr. Chairman?
Whenever, if less is.
Mr. Roberts. Richards.
I just wanted everyone in the audience to know that simply because we vote on it, it does not override your homeowners association that has to have the final say, and they do. We can come up here and say we approve it to do this, but if your HOA comes back and says you ain't putting anything outside of 10 feet, then that's going to override it. But that's stated.
My concern is that if this board preemptively approves the 5 foot variance, they're going to be able to, the R may very well say, well, since the county did that, I guess we ought to go along with it.
That's up to them.
Yeah.
It is part of the process.
Numerous times we've been overridden by architectural review boards.
Absolutely.
But just so you know that the way the process works, it's here first and then the HOA, just as a standard practice. But I would think, and one of the reasons I'm going to vote the way I am, I don't think if the HOA gave you a hard time about yours, I think they're going to give him a hard time. And seeing that it's not necessary to do the pool this way, a rectangle would fit within the given setbacks. I'm inclined not to approve just because of that, because I think if it was redesigned, he'd fit the county setbacks without having to need anything, but also the HOA would be happy. But that just so you know that it is a standard process, coming here first, and then going to the HOA. So, but
Perhaps I'm going to be out of order, but I want to share with you a comment. The several members of the board and our members of the HOA, we've been at odds with one another, and I can see potentially they say, we'll show him. When a former board member sent an email to all the other board members and libeled me and said, because I raised a couple of issues about compliance and non-compliance with the covenants, and they said, you are incompetent, you lack integrity, and you're senile. So I'm concerned that if you just say, we'll defer to what the ARB says, they're going to say, we're going to take care of old Frank Losi. So I wanted to share that information with you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the audience? We have a motion and a second for approval. What is the pleasure of the board?
Any other comments from the audience?
No, I've asked if there's not. Anything to add before we vote?
I'm trying to stay as short as possible, but again, you know, if I put the pool in, it would take care of your tree concern. I will go with whatever the board recommends, and thank you for your time.
I have a couple of questions.
Let me ask a couple of questions. When the pool folks came out there and got with you on your land, and they started laying out the various designs that you could go along with, were setbacks ever mentioned?
Yes, I'm
That's-
trying to
that-
remember.
that-
It's been a long time, so I'm trying to think about that. It was mentioned, and I want to say, I don't remember the details, unfortunately, but.
The next question I have, we're basically talking about encroaching 4 feet. Would it be possible to move the pool 2 feet closer to the house and split the difference?
So the depth of the pool, there's some sort of engineering, they have a code that they have to follow, that if there's a certain depth to the pool, they have to stay a certain depth away from a structure.
Yeah, they keep kids from jumping off the roof, which mine did all the time.
I think it actually has something to do with the actual amount of soil
Yeah.
and compaction and all kind of things, but, it could be, it may keep me off the roof too, probably, but, yeah. No.
The other question I had, you mentioned these trees. These trees, by necessity, have to be removed to put the pool in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
We actually had two different designs trying to leave the trees in, but after extensive research, and I had arborists come out and take a look, and I cannot get a guarantee that the trees will survive if I put in even a small little pool because of root damage, right? And the size of the trees. So it would be
kind of
more
trees?
beneficial for me to take them out.
What kind of trees are there?
I believe they're both live oak trees.
You don't want a live oak next to a pool without a screen enclosure.
Trust me.
Yeah, yeah. So the magnolia would stay. The small magnolia would have to go. So, yeah. So the magnolia would stay. I would take out. So there's 2 oaks and a small magnolia that would have to go. But then the other maple would stay, and everything around the edge would stay. And the fence that they said that needs to be removed is on my front. It would be the north side of the house, so they can actually get equipment in to put the pool in. So the fence, everything.
If you're going to
Yes,
speak,
ma'am.
you need
And
to.
so, I apologize.
Yeah, we need to address comments to the board, so if you want to ask questions, come on up and be recognized.
Yes, so I'm just trying to answer questions.
I
I
understand.
apologize. So, but again, the fence does need attention. I'm trying to overhaul the backyard and put some time and effort into it, but I will go with the board's decision on the pool.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I was
Mr.
curious
Reed?
about that as well, because I'm all in favor of us having variances for when things are special situations, but I feel like there are a few pool companies that kind of feel like it is a rubber stamp situation. They'll make a few extra dollars one way, so they're gonna say, oh, you just go in, you tell them, they'll give you a thumbs up, and you do it.
What takes place?
And I don't know if that's something we want. Obviously, none of our decisions set a precedence, because it's a variance, it's not a changing the LDC. But we have seen where a lot of pool companies will give folks these amazing drawings, knowing it's not going to work, and then just assuming they'll get the variances instead of going through that process first. But I love improving the value of things, because it increases the revenue for our schools and things like that. But I really feel like this one could be reshaped and fit. But I may not be in the majority here, but that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. Those in favor indicate by right hand. We have 3 in favor. Those opposed? That's 4, 3 to 4. The request is denied, but you do have the right to appeal it to the county commission.
Yeah, that's not necessary. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, did you catch the 4? So Mr. Reeder, Mr. Kemp,
Me?
Lonnie? Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we move on to the next one, does anyone on the board need a break?
Yeah.
Because we have been going about an hour and a half. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 7:30, which is actually an 8-minute break.
You remember the pool, the hole that got dug 35 feet into the shoreline setback? I guarantee you, they didn't say jack about setback. This was great. Yeah. No, that's exactly what happened.
And these other ones were probably put in without anybody measuring, because they sure look right up to the fence line. Okay, I'm gonna go hit the little boys' room real quick. It's hot in here.
It does feel warm, doesn't it?
I think the commission's
Hey,
big case to present.
Here's some more comments on R21.
There's more signatures on the same petition.
Yeah, and then we have actual comments. You know, I always get pulled in from the bullpen.
Danny leaves and we get the first thing back?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, I was just checking.
Yeah, we always get the first team back when somebody leaves.
We already got that.
No, this is more.
I'm just glad, Harold pulled up CD.
Makes two of us. Well, we'd be still here tomorrow. If they go R1, I would have those parked. Because there's R1 across the street.
I've got this one. I don't know if it's too loud. I don't guess it is. It doesn't.
Yeah, because it's already a little hard to hear, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe by that TV or something. Is that gonna be too loud, Mike?
No,
That's as low as it'll go.
no, that's fine.
Just got one still.
Mm-hmm. Too much noise from the,
Did you bring one for everybody?
That one may not be loud. This is the hottest room. Everything else is cool.
You know, the bathrooms are cool as they can be, but not in here.
Yeah, there's some kind of a sensor that's broken.
I tried to get the deputy to look out the window to the clouds. Before Mr. Hibbert starts another meeting, and challenging us if we live by a liquor license, I'm probably going to forget my breathing and give him I almost did on account of the ball.
I think it's about time we go talk to his commissioner and let him know that he can replace him or they can replace the rest of us.
But I'm very familiar with that lot over there at Big Creek. Jimmy? I'm very familiar with that lot over there at Big Creek.
Okay, 7:30. It's 7:30, let's get back to it. Next item, 2019 V043. I'm assuming Tony didn't make it back?
No, he's stuck in an airport in California, so he's doing about 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
I told him I
So
would
you know
hold-
I'm not the resident expert.
I told him I would hold it, but I'm not holding it that long.
Yeah, he called me with the bad news, and I even made him fresh baked bread thinking he was coming home today.
And that was all off the record.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Darlene.
Case number 2019-V-043, Aaron and Mia Hughes are requesting a variance to reduce the driveway spacing from 440 feet to 315 feet to the east and from 440 feet to 435 feet to the west of existing driveways. This is the location of the subject site. It's on Hickory Hammock Road in Milton, Florida. And that the subject site is in an Ag RR zoning district, which is agricultural rural residential. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. It's a close-up of the aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is agriculture with vacant to the north and east, single-family residential and vacant to the south, and agriculture to the west. This is the proposed site plan. This is looking north at the subject site. I'll back up just a second here. This is looking east up Hickory Hammock Road. The subject site's on our left. The red arrow shows the location of the nearest driveway to the east. This is looking south across Hickory Hammock Road. The subject site is behind us. The red arrow shows the driveway across the street. This is looking southwest down Hickory Hammock Road. Subject site is to our right. There are red arrows showing the locations of the driveway. The one on the left side is the driveway across the street, and the one on the extreme right of the photo is the driveway on the west side. This is looking west down Hickory Hammock Road. Subject site's on our right. This shows the nearest driveway to the west. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Hello.
I know why you're here, but give us name and address for the record.
Sure.
And tell the rest of the board why you need this driveway.
Got it. Okay, my name is Mia Hughes. I live at 9002 Hickory Hammock Road in Milton, Florida, 32583. And we are requesting this variance with the distance between the driveways to construct a new driveway, as was indicated in the photographs, to access our barns. And it really is based on safety. My husband, Tony, and I own a horse farm on Hickory Hammock Road at 17.6 acres, and we have 663 feet on Hickory Hammock. The existing driveway that was indicated in the photographs to our home is located at the end of a sweeping left-hand curve on the north side of Hickory Hammock, headed west from Highway 87. And while there is adequate visibility for a typical passenger vehicle when entering or exiting Hickory Hammock, using this existing driveway to access our barns when towing our horses in a horse trailer is dangerous to us, the horses, and anyone traveling west on Hickory Hammock anytime we are trying to enter or exit Hickory Hammock, or when we're slowing down to turn into our own property. Construction of that new driveway that was indicated in this request is on a much straighter part of the road with clear, unobstructed lines of sight, and it will be significantly safer to all involved. By verbal agreement, we've been using the neighbor's driveway to access our barns and move our horses in the trailers, and her property is currently for sale, so continued use of her driveway is not a long-term solution. And you did grab a photo of the proposed location, and it's going to be directly in line with our neighbor across the street, which would be the 9013 Hickory Hammock. And that same neighbor that's allowing us to borrow her driveway temporarily, she is at 8990 Hickory Hammock Road, and she would be the one most affected by this variance request, and she is in support of this, and I do believe that we've shared a letter from her with your packages. And we understand that the purpose of that driveway spacing is for safety of all those using it, and that we do believe that consideration should be given when where those driveways are located. And you got it in the site map, but you didn't actually get a picture of it. But that sweeping left-hand turn, the speed limit changes right there to 55 as soon as you get on Hickory Hammock when you start traveling west. And with the 55 mile per hour, we all know that people are probably going more like 60. And we included in the package the recommendation on how many feet it took to stop and the visibility. And that visibility is greatly reduced if it's nighttime or if the road is wet. So that's 304 feet. And if we're trying to move trailers across that, if you've ever transported animals, they aren't strapped in, they don't sit in a car seat. And if you have to accelerate quickly or decelerate quickly, they're impacted, and there's going to be shifting on them, and it's actually very dangerous. And so when we pull out, we absolutely have to hope that whoever's coming around that corner is not distracted, and they are going to be looking for us, because once we get out there, we're stuck. We're not going anywhere. The driver that's approaching us is just going to have to accommodate us.
Mr. Chairman, is there anyone here in opposition to this?
I would hope not, but I'm going to ask. Is there anyone in the audience doesn't like horses? I mean, I love requests that make sense.
I'll second that.
So what is the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve that objection.
Second.
Hearing no objection, it is approved.
Super.
Thank you so much.
Take care of your horses, baby.
And just to let you know, I've known Tony for a long time. We've served on the chamber together. And he had sent me an email saying that this is what he needed, what he was requesting, but he's at an Air Force base in California and may not be here. You did a great job representing. Next item.
Case number 2019-V-044, Lisa Wright is requesting a variance to increase the height of a privacy fence from 6 feet to 8 feet along the west side of the property line. The location of the subject site is 7667 Sandstone Street in Navarre, Florida. The subject site is in an R1 single-family residential zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential, with single-family residential to the north, east, and west, and public-owned property to the south. This is the proposed site plan. The area surrounded in red shows the area where the 8-foot fence is being requested. This is looking at the front of the subject site. This is looking along the west side of the subject site. This is looking at the fence. This is looking southeast over the fence at the neighbor's yard. This is another view of the neighbor's yard from the east of the subject site. And this is looking at the neighbor to the east. Subject site is behind us, and that's all I have.
That's actually to the west. That's the neighbor in question.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name's Lisa Wright. I'm at
It's on.
Oh, it is?
7667 Sandstone Street in Navarre, in Holly by the Sea.
Okay, tell us why you
Okay.
need a higher fence.
Okay. Thank you for volunteering your time, first of all. And mine also kind of has to do with animals, like the last one. Anyway, my western neighbor's backyard elevation is much higher than mine. My house was there first, but when they built, it was very much higher. So previously, we had the 6-foot fence between our yards, and it was totally ineffective. We could each see right over the fence. I could see up to hers, and she could see down into my yard. But making it worse is our dogs, my labs and her German Shepherds, could actually see each other too, and they couldn't be outside without barking up a storm at each other. And they would lunge at the fence and bark at each other, and that's actually what created the need for the new fence. We were constantly replacing slats because they would actually like bang up against the fence and try to get at each other to play or whatever or fight. And my neighbor has even informed me that her dogs might even be able to clear that fence if she let them. So it was just very ineffective at 6 feet. I do apologize for not requesting this variance before I actually had the fence put up, but I honestly didn't even know the process or procedure, or that I had to get permission to replace a 6-foot fence. And it is, as you could see, slightly visible from the road, but you have to kind of be looking for it, and I think it's because it's new, it's more visible. But the neighbors to the west are very much in favor of the new fence because it's been perfect and it's stopped our dogs from barking at each other completely, and it's the perfect height now for some privacy.
Did you put it up yourself or have a fence company?
My friend put it up.
Okay. I just don't like fence companies that go out and break the rules knowingly. But
I
if you
know.
put it up yourself, that's why I wanted to know.
I helped.
Your homeowners association still has say over the height of the fence in Holly by the Sea?
Yes,
You
they said I had
discussed this
to.
with them yet?
Well, they're the ones that drove around and saw the fence was too high, so then they suggested that I pay the money, come here first, and then get your okay, and then I might be able to get their okay after you guys.
We approved the 10-foot fence for them, so.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Anyone in the audience care to speak on this one? Questions from the board?
Ms. Wright?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wright, I've driven by your property, and I can see, you can ask anybody on this board that 99.9% of the time I oppose the fence heights from 6 to 8 foot. I've driven by yours, and I've seen where the dip between the two properties are located.
Yes, sir.
And if there's not any opposition, I would make a motion to approve.
My God.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a motion to approve without objection. Hearing none, it is approved.
Thank you
Good
so
luck.
much. I really
Thank you,
appreciate it.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Next item, next fence.
Damn, that was a historical. That was a historical moment. That was a moment.
Case number 2019-V-046, Philip Grady is requesting to increase the height of a privacy fence from 6 feet to 8 feet within the side and rear setback. This is a code enforcement case. The location of the subject site is 4205 Castle Gate Drive, Pace, Florida. The subject site is zoned R1, single-family residential. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential with single-family residential to the north, south, east, and west. This is the proposed site plan. This is looking at the subject site. This is looking along the north side of the property. Well, actually, that's the south side, I'm sorry. And this is looking along the north side of the property. And that also shows the rear, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Thank you. My name is Philip Grady, 4205 Castlegate Drive, Pace, Florida. Thank you all very much for volunteering your time this evening. I recognize this is a long night for you as well. The fence in question was, and again, I apologize, I did not realize that a variance was required or that there was an ordinance against a fence greater than 6 feet. So I apologize for not getting permission from y'all first. That is on me, and I do apologize. I do have the Architectural Review Board. I've gone before them, and that's what I really thought I needed was the Architectural Review Board. Apparently, I was wrong. But the Architectural Review Board has approved the fence. That's why the fence is there. My son is severely autistic, and he's a wanderer. The additional length of the fence provides a greater deal of security for my son. The fence in the front can be a little shorter because if he gets out through the front side of the fence, I'm able to actually still track him down. There's gates on either side that allow me to get out to the front where he's at. He goes over that back fence and properties behind me are opened up to there's properties behind me with housing. He can get over that fence quicker than I can get around to stop him. Back in my younger days, I probably could have scaled the 6-foot fence and followed him over it. I'm just not that jolly anymore. That's really all I got. For me, it's mostly just a safety thing. My fence was installed by a company, and they did not say anything about it needing a variance prior to installing the fence. I have spoken with the contractor and voiced my displeasure, and I apologize that, I didn't get more information prior to.
Okay, thank you. We do have one letter of opposition, so let me see if we have anyone in the audience who wants to speak on this matter. Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman?
Questions from the board?
As this definitely comes down to a safety and security issue of a child, I will definitely make a motion to approve this without objection.
I have a motion without objection. Do I hear any objection?
Is there a representative from the HOA in the office?
I asked if there was anyone here to speak against it, so if the HOA was here, I'm sure we would have heard from them.
I think he said the HOA's already approved it.
Yeah,
Yeah, they've approved it. The HOA is already pending.
pending
Yes.
this.
Yes.
And we have a motion without objection, and I hear no objection, so you're approved.
Tell your HOA you got it.
Roger that. Thank you so much, sir.
No, thank
The
you.
sign in the yard, can I take that down now?
Absolutely.
Or does that get turned back in, or does that just get thrown away? Okay. Thank you all so much. I
Put it in your
appreciate your
neighbor's
time.
yard. I said, put it in your neighbor's yard. Sorry, that really didn't say that. That was my inside voice that went.
Next item.
Sunshine laws.
My wife would be.
Case number 2019-V-047, Carlton Ray Bohan is requesting to reduce the front setback from 25 feet to 12.79 feet to accommodate an addition to a single-family residence. The location of the subject site is 1628 College Parkway in Gulf Breeze, Florida. The subject site is in an R1 single-family residential zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up of the aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is single-family residential, with single-family residential to the north, east, south, and west. There have been several variances for setbacks over the years in the vicinity. Actually, this piece of property got a variance in 1988 to reduce the front setback for the garage. This is a proposed site plan. The area surrounded in red is what would encroach into the setback. The original variance was granted in 1988. This is looking at the subject site. This is looking south. The subject site is on our left. Looking west, the subject site is behind us. Looking north at the adjacent property, the subject site's on our right. This is looking at the subject site. The area with the pavers would be the area with the addition. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address?
Carlton Ray Bohan, 1628 College Parkway.
Mr. Bohan, tell us what's going on.
Well, we bought this house in 2006, and the house was built, I guess, in 88 or 89, and somehow they forgot to put a dining room in this house. So we would like to build a living room beside of the existing garage, step back 3 feet from the front of the existing garage. In other words, the garage will still be sticking out past this addition. The addition side would be absolutely in line with the existing side of the house. And the garage actually at this point sticks out 30 feet from the front of the house to the front of the garage. The garage door is 50 feet from the pavement of College Parkway. You'll notice on that drawing that College Parkway is really wide. That's a 100-foot right-of-way down through there. And I don't have anything to add other than I want to build a living room on my house. We moved out of a 4,800-foot house in Georgia and come down here to be on the water, and we need a little elbow room.
I'm glad to see you wanting to build towards the street, not towards the canal. Is there anyone in the audience that care to speak in favor or in opposition to this request? Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think it seems pretty straightforward. He's going to be inside of an already approved setback, and increasing his property value, which will increase taxes, go to help with the schools. I don't know if you have
that part.
I don't know if he's adding more kids to the school system, but he's adding more tax revenue for the kids. I think it makes sense, especially since it is a very wide right of way anyway. So although we can't technically count that, he's not going to be in danger of being in the street, and he's also again within what's already been approved and what's already physically there. So I'd make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion to approve and second. Discussion from the board.
I just, from looking at one of the pictures, I was just curious how many buildings you had on the property. It looked like you had 3 or 4 of them from the way it appeared on there.
Well, there's a boathouse behind the house.
No, from the front elevation that you had up, it looked like.
No, it's just one building. It's all there. I mean, it's
I'm
all
not
attached.
opposed to the motion.
Roof line.
It's all attached. What you see from the front is all attached there.
Must be the other house, another structure to the
Well,
left.
the lots are 50 feet wide down through there, so they're detached apartments, if you will, thanks to the county commissioners. I mean, they're just too small lots, and it is what it is, so we got to work with it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please show by raising your hand. Any opposition? None. It passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item.
Case number 2019-V-048, Richard Lubin is requesting 2 variances. The first variance is to reduce the side setback from 7 feet to 0.5 feet. And the second variance is to reduce the rear setback from 25 feet to 0 feet to accommodate a deck. The location of the subject site is 1616 Kalakua Court in Gulf Breeze. The subject site is in an R1, single-family residential zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. Existing land use is single-family residential, with single-family residential to the north, east, south, and west. There are several variances in the area that have been approved for setbacks over the years.
But not this extreme.
This is the proposed site plan provided with the application. The area surrounded in red shows the proposed deck. This is looking at the subject site from the front. This is looking south. The subject site's on our left. This is looking at the back of the subject site. And this is looking from the back of the property to the front of the property where the deck would be. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Richard Lubin. I live at 1616 Kalakua Court in Gulf Breeze. So what I'm trying to do is, so you can see from there, I just have a small landing come off my back door. It's about approximately to the top of the height is 36 inches. And all I would like to do is extend that, make that along the length of the house, but also go out. There's 6 feet between my house and my property line, and I would just like to bring it out to over that existing concrete patio and just make it all one level. So once I walk out my door, I have all one level. It says 0 feet to the rear. I don't necessarily think it's 0 feet to the rear. It's to the canal wall. So it's not going over. I think your property you can extend out into the canal if I'm correct. So just go into the canal wall. And that would be, that's basically all I'm trying to do is just make one level coming out to my back door for a deck. And there's precedence. She said if you paddleboard up up and down the canals, there's decks all over the place looking at what I'm trying to do, as well as boathouses and all that actually extend into the canal. I'm just trying to go up to my sea wall. That's basically all I have, and pending your questions.
Questions from the board?
Yes, sir. If I'm understanding what I'm looking at, this is going to be put over the existing concrete slab?
Yeah, so there's a concrete slab that's kind of getting old and it's breaking apart, and I just wanted to put the deck above it.
And how close to the property line is that concrete slab?
It's approximately about 6 inches or so.
About 6 inches. So basically, we're talking about building a deck on that.
On top of the concrete patio.
Okay, and looking at it, basically, when we go down to the canal, we're pretty much down to the setback there too, right? Almost to the seawall.
I have a concrete seawall.
Yeah.
I just want to put the post right there by the concrete, and the deck wouldn't extend past that concrete.
Okay. And the size of the deck's about 280 something square feet.
So that I think where the issue is with the variance, it's 288 feet.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But then it goes to the other side of where it's only 8 foot out from my whole house, the back of the house.
Mm-hmm.
That would be 192.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you, Mr. Chairman, if I may, are you talking about extending your deck the same height as the existing?
The existing landing, yes.
That's coming out the back door, which it appears to be about 3 or 4 feet.
It's 36 inches from the ground to the where you step on.
Which is going to actually put you almost at the same elevation as the fence line on either side of you.
So it's a 4-foot fence, so I think it would just be below the fence line.
Question for staff is that height, is there any requirement he has with the height of a deck by fence, or does that have anything to do with it?
He would have to get building permits, and it would have to meet building codes.
That's how I started this process. I went down to get a permit, and then this is the first time doing it for me, so they said I'd have to come through this process. And
Right, well, my question is, would he need a variance for height as well up against that fence, or no?
No.
If I could make an observation, if, say, he put it down on grade and attached it to the structure, that would change the elevation of the structure for NFIP flood insurance. It would lower the base down to the grade with a zero derivation, which quite honestly would make the premium just about impossible. I understand why it's for ease of access to get in and out of the house, but there's an insurance consideration too, because if you put it on the ground, tie it into the house, that becomes a reference point for your elevation certificate.
Okay.
Question for staff. Looking at the last photograph, looking immediately across the canal. I don't know if it's one of your photographs or one submitted by the applicant.
It's
that one?
Property.
No, going across the canal. I think it's one of my.
It's in the book, this one.
Okay. It's not one of mine.
Okay. I'm just wanting to know, is that a deck built right to the edge of the canal, just across the canal?
Let me look.
Here, I'll send you the picture.
Yeah, so that one appears to be right on the property line, and I think maybe even over the canal, or right on the property line of the canal, yeah. So, like I said, if you go around, I paddleboarded, and I've seen numerous houses kind of asking what I'm doing, but
We did have one letter of opposition from one of the neighbors expressing some concern of the height of the deck, being able to look right into her house.
right. So it'd be 36 inches, but then I guess then you got to add another 42 inches for the handrail. So it'd be just at 6 foot 6 inches. If I'm doing my math right, I'm doing math in public. So
Let
sorry.
me see if we've got anyone in the audience that wants to speak in opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I really can't tell from this one. I mean, I remember seeing it over there whenever I was taking pictures, but I really couldn't tell if it was, a deck, or if it was just, this high off the ground.
So can we ask you that, the person across the canal, is theirs raised up or is it ground level?
So they have an in-ground pool, and I don't know if they built up, but it's higher than our elevation. But and I can't tell you how far off the ground it is because I don't know where they raised it probably just comes off where they built earth to put a pool in.
Okay, well, let's hear from the neighbors. If I could have name and address for the record, come on up.
Myra Gallagher, 1612 Calicool Court.
Can you pull that down just a little bit, please? Thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
Myra Gallagher, 1612 Calicool Court.
David Taylor, same address.
Tell us your objection and
Well, we just feel that building the deck all the way over to the property line and up is going to be encroaching over into our property.
And as the property goes downhill, when you're at the water level, the deck level gets here, and then you have to have a patio, the handrail gets up higher, so we're literally going to be on our property looking up at his property. It's just, and he wants to go all the way to the fence line versus being a setback, so it's pretty, encroaching on it.
Would
If it
you-
was down a couple steps down and lower, I wouldn't have an issue with it, but it's just up so high.
would you have an issue if he stays the width of the current house and not expanding it closer to your fence line?
That would be fine.
Yeah, I think that was my concern, is that by the time you have 36 inches up plus a handrail, I mean, yeah, you have to have those things, but you're standing on the 36 inches, the handrail is going to be at your waist, so he's basically looming over your fence. Now, I mean, I'm sure that's not his intent, but
Right.
he's going to be, his head probably at your roof line.
And
Or close to
what
it.
would be wrong with a couple steps down and then coming out versus being level?
Now, that's my question.
Okay, well, let's bring the applicant back up and see if it affects flood insurance or anything else if you were to step down to 24-inch height versus a 36-inch height.
I don't know if it affects my flood insurance. I guess, and if I
Here's our insurance expert.
There you go. If I do have a question though, because that was one of my COAs is to possibly drop it down. So, but if I was to do it at 30 inches, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe the experts can help me, because I was trying to get this answer. It's very hard to find any kind of codes in Santa Rosa or Gulf Breeze. If I dropped it down to 30 inches, I don't need a permit at all. If I'm reading the code right, correct?
Wrong.
Wrong.
Permit, no, but encroaching into the setbacks, yes.
So if I brought it down to 30 inches, I don't have to do a variance?
But you
No.
still need a variance.
You don't need a
Wait,
variance because
okay.
you're encroaching into the building setback.
Okay.
That's the setback.
So I wouldn't be opposed to dropping it down to 30 inches, or how many, if I did 2 steps down from 36 inches, I think it's 7 5/8 is a step.
7.5.
So
7.5
7.5 7.5 inches, so it would be 15 inches. So now we're down at 31 inches. If I dropped it down to 30 inches, I think, and if everybody agrees to that, I would just do 2 steps down, bring it 30 inches across, and if I could have the variance at that. Oh,
And
so
stay the width of the existing house versus taking it all the way to the fence line?
So if I were not able to go all the way to the fence line, would I be able to keep the height and just do it the width to the end of my house? That way I don't have to do a step down. I would,
I would feel better if we had the step down and stayed the width of the house, because then we're only encroaching on the back setback, not encroaching into the side setback. Because even at 30 inches, you're standing right there, almost in their yard. Even if that's where you put your grill, you're standing grilling and looking across to your neighbors. And I know those few feet may not seem like that much, but I think it would be a workable compromise.
So if I understand you right, so you're saying that you'd be, if I stepped it down the 30 inches and then had the 6, and then stayed within the variance, because it's, really my house is at 6 feet from the,
Yep, stay within the side setback, but you could take it all the way to the canal line. As far as I'm concerned, I've got to get the other board members to come online with me, but I think that would be a more acceptable request.
if that's what the board of members agree to, then I'll be happy to do that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm fully in line with you. I think it's a good compromise, and it's, these are these things that, private property rights are very important. This type of situation actually affects the neighbor.
Absolutely, yes.
And so it's kind of like their rights too, but this is a compromise. Y'all both agreeing. You can't have a better
Yeah,
situation.
so I would like to ask him, because I want to be friends with my neighbor. So.
Yeah.
Make sure you. Yeah. So are you good with if I drop it with my house, 30 inches? Yep.
How is that going to affect the insurance if he's at the same level, if he's at the same elevation as the pavers that are out there?
He won't be. He'll be 30 inches above the pavers.
Above the pavers or the ground?
So that
pavers are 2.5 inches.
The concrete patio, it's right, it's ground level pretty much. It's maybe an inch above what my grass is.
The answer to your question, Mr. Hibbers, and just, I would encourage you to check with your insurance agent, get him to compute some premiums for you, but at the same time ask the question, if that is a freestanding deck, it is not attached to that structure, then it would not affect the premium. But
right.
If you go from 36 inches down to 30 inches, that's 2.5 feet, gives you a 2.5 feet variance. I'm trying to remember over there, Polynesian Isles, I think where your house is, you're in a numbered A zone, which basically the government would round up. So if you went to 30 inches, they're going to round you up to 3 feet, so you should be okay. But if the deck is not attached to the structure, it should not affect your premium.
So I have to do freestanding.
Yeah.
Right.
But I would definitely get them to run the numbers, because quite honestly, a 1 foot derivation over there where you are could make a $1,500 a year difference in your premium.
Yeah. Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
As I understand
Jump on it, Jeremy.
As I understand it, it's 30 inches from the ground level up. Is that what y'all
So-
agreed upon?
Right. So I guess, so I just want to make sure that it's 30 inches from the house ground level up, because it might change a little bit. It doesn't slope a lot. It just slopes a little bit. I just want to be held to at the steel wall, or can it come off my house at 30 inches?
That's your house elevation, which is 36.
Okay.
You want to step it down to 30 inches where it adjoins the house and stay level.
Yes, I'll
And
do my
then
best.
Then do me one last favor. When you've got your grill out there next to the canal, be sure we're not dripping greases. and
It's
throwing
going
stuff into
up
the water.
on the other side of the house. So I got
It's going on his neighbor's property.
Yeah. I was going to put it over there. No, it's going on the north side of the house. So
So I think we have a motion
Y'all in
for a
agreement?
30-inch grade
I think so.
with the encroachment into the rear setback of 0.
Sure.
Is that the motion? Do I hear?
I will make that motion as stated.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion from the board?
Is that what you're agreeing to?
On the property line of the house. The house not coming up the property line, going up. So, Mr. Chairman, we have 2 requests. So we have the first request and second request, and maybe that's how we want to take those.
We're taking the first request for
The side variance?
Zero
zero
setback
set- okay.
on the rear setback. With the requirement that the deck be no higher than 2 steps down or 30 inches. That is the motion that is on the floor.
And then I believe the first variance we're throwing out. I mean, we're not,
Yeah, the one for encroaching into the side setback is going to be a denial or a withdrawal, however you want to show it.
is that, because basically we won't need that variance if you're going to go back to the house line.
To the house line, yes. I just want to make sure, can you check, because it says 7-foot variance on my side, but when I measure it, it only comes out to 6 feet, so, the house.
Are you getting all of this over there?
Request,
Yeah.
Or should I even brought that up?
No, it's a good thing to bring it up because we could probably verify that, hopefully.
We're looking at it now.
and I apologize for it being so hot in here. I will be pointing out to some commissioners when we leave, if not sooner.
Okay, on request 1 for the side setback, just either withdraw it or deny it.
Well, I think the question is, he's
He
saying when
thinks
he
the house is
measures,
6 feet.
it's 6 feet, and
We'll go with the
but his
existing
house is already there.
So, yeah, okay. I just want to make sure the verbiage is right in case.
So you're requesting to withdraw request 1,
The side variance,
setback.
yes, sir.
and we're going to vote on request 2 as
As
your motion
amended.
was. All in favor?
Are y'all in agreement with that?
Unanimous. Thank you, sir. I love it when neighbors can work together and come to a happy compromise.
Great, thank you very much.
Next item, we're now moving into conditional uses.
Case number 2019-CU-009, Terry Rowell is requesting a conditional use to allow a single-family residence in an HCD Highway Commercial Zoning District. The location is 4733 Highway 4 in Jay, Florida. The subject site is in an HCD Highway Commercial Development Zoning District. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up of the aerial of the subject site. The existing land use is commercial with single-family residential and agriculture to the north, agriculture homestead to the east, vacant to the south, single-family residential and agriculture to the west. The future land use is commercial. This is looking at the subject site. This is looking east up Highway 4, subject site is to our right. This is looking north and east across Highway 4, subject site is behind us. This is looking north across Highway 4, subject site is behind us. This is looking west down Highway 4, subject site is to our left. This is looking at the adjacent property to the west, subject site is to our left. And that's also looking at the adjacent property to the west. And this is looking into the subject site, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Terry Rowell, Place, Florida, 4812 Guernsey Road.
Okay. Before you start, I have a question for staff.
Okay.
If I was looking for a perfect picture of spot zoning, that would be it. Why is there a HCD sitting there in the middle of all this ag?
It was requested to be zoned that way back in 1991 when we did the zoning.
Okay. And you have no desire to change it back to ag or to something?
No, sir. I went down to the county office in Milton and spoke with a gentleman there that he suggested that we come to this meeting and to leave it in commercial status, but ask for the conditional use.
Okay. Understanding you're paying higher property taxes for that zoning classification.
He told me that that would, the conditional use would be taxed at the residential rate.
Okay, that I don't know. That'd be up to the property appraiser. but we understand what you're asking for.
But if it's going,
We recently had some discussion with the property appraiser, so I think if it is homesteaded, at that point it's a homestead exemption, and they would tax it as
Okay.
residential.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in opposition? Hearing none, and
wait a
as
minute.
hot as it is, let's move on for questions, discussion from the board. Mr. Stillman.
Mr. Ralph, you run a paving business?
yes, sir.
Do you have any intentions of moving that business to
No,
this
sir.
location in Jay?
We're gonna stay in the Pace
Okay.
area.
Because
We're centrally located. We can go east or west.
The reason I'm asking that, if you were to do that, even store equipment up there, it's going to open up a can of worms that you won't be able to close back up.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I just want to say, I grew up near here, and I can't imagine why the previous owner wanted an HCD in that area. And
I don't know, feed and seed would do good there, but
Actually, my father had a business there. For many years, I worked there. And that's how come it's commercial.
well, that answers my question.
I hope you enjoyed your vacation down to Gulf Breeze tonight.
I hear you.
The great big city. Given the circumstances, I make a motion to approve without objection.
hearing none, it is approved.
Thanks, sir.
A conditional use is a recommendation that goes to the county commission for final approval. So
I do have a question for the staff, though. One of those, it looked like the top right-hand corner of the adjacent property was showing commercial.
Was that something else your dad had?
No, it's a little triangle. I don't know that.
Something else your dad had, that little commercial triangle?
There's probably a billboard right there. in
No,
that
sir.
intersection.
See, my whole family owns that whole strip of land back through there. It's all, got that vacant behind it. But my family owns all of that. Once the elders is dying off, the kids has inherited it, and they all live in different states. And my intention is to buy that back behind me too.
Thank you.
And Mr.
There
Rowell,
was a
just
billboard there.
Yes.
Just for
sir.
clarification,
Thank
Mr. Rowell, that's going to proceed to the Board of County Commissioners on May the 23rd, and it's at 6 p.m. in Milton.
Yes, sir.
Won't have to drive as far.
Thank you.
Next item.
Conditional use is 2019 CU 010 and variance 2019-V045. They're requesting a conditional use to allow the temporary use of an RV as living quarters during construction of a residence, and a variance to reduce the shoreline protection zone setback from 50 foot to 22 feet from the mean high water line to accommodate a single-family residence. This is a code enforcement case. And also in your packet, there is some comments from Ms. Gentry, and with a change to the plot plan showing 25 feet versus the 22 feet.
My name is Melanie Gentry.
I'm not through yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do the whole
Sorry, I thought you
presentation.
took a breath.
I did take a breath. The subject site is located at 4541 Sabine Drive, Gulf Breeze, Florida. The subject site is in an R1 single-family residential zoning district. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The future land use is single-family residential. Well, this is existing land use, which is vacant, surrounded by single-family residential. This is shows it's in a Category 1, 2, and 3 storm surge zone. It's also in a flood zone VE and AE. This shows there are many variances that have been granted over the years, and most of them are for setbacks. There are some for docks. This is looking into the property. The motorhome is there on the south side of the property. This is the northern half of the property. This is looking at the subject site, the adjacent property to the south. This is looking through the subject site. I'm standing near the water. The adjacent property to the north is on our left. This is looking at the subject site, adjacent property to the south. And this is two of the oak trees that I mentioned in my staff analysis that could possibly be negatively impacted. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Now name and address.
My name is Melanie Gentry. It's 4541 Sabine Drive. We're currently in the process of moving here from the Las Vegas area, and this is my partner, so he can introduce himself.
My name is John Boucher. I reside at the same address on Sabine Drive.
That's what's going to be decided tonight. Tell me about your building plans.
Okay, our building plans were, when we purchased this property, first off, we were told a number of things that we thought were there that apparently weren't. So we have been trying to follow the rules and adjust and change as we've gone along. And in trying to get permits and stuff, we first tackled the septic or the city sewer, which we were told there was a city sewer when we bought it. It turned out it's on the phase 3, but it's not there. I've listed that in the supplemental that we talked about. It's supposedly going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. So we went to work. We also went to work with our planning designer for our home. One of the conditions that we have to deal with is John's health condition, which I've added some information on the supplemental information we sent in today, which necessitates pretty much a one-story home. We honestly thought this property could also handle a home that wasn't on pilings. There are homes around us that aren't on pilings. In just a lot of discussion, we found out that probably would not be our best option in going on pilings. So in the making of the home, we've also put in space for an elevator shaft. The stairs are set up so that we can put a chair for the various times that John needs support. He is most of the time walkable. He can tell you more about his condition if you want. But the home is built so that we can move around, and he won't be impaired once if and when, probably when the situation comes up that he'll need assistance. But primarily what we're trying to do is if we take a 50-foot setback and we did get a septic put into the property that fits, that has to go back 53 feet for the house. That leaves us, we brought our plan designer, approximately 34 feet width of the property that we can build on, and it's really not a viable option to build the home. So we weren't trying to have a setback. If we didn't have to deal with the septic the way we have to deal with it, then we wouldn't need to have we wouldn't have had to be here necessarily. We would have been able to have the room scooch up in the front of the house. On the subject of the motorhome, we brought that down here. We weren't even aware we couldn't have it on the property. We then found out we could ask for this, what did you call it? It was a CU?
Additional use.
Compliance. And we have met all those criteria except for the building permit, which the only reason we don't have that yet is because we needed to get the septic figured out. We've been redoing the plans. We've been working with our neighbors. Some of them are here who have have put their voice in content, and we've been actually working with them to try and come up with a way that we can move things around and make things work. So it is just a difficult, challenging property, but we're very happy. Well, I never actually knew where Gulf Breeze was until he mentioned it, but he's coming back here. He lived here for over 20 years, and this is going to be our retirement.
How soon do you anticipate beginning construction?
If we can get this variance, or we can negotiate and figure out something we can do on this property, our building plan designer is here. We are simply waiting to pull the final plans. We've done the engineering, we've done the piling report, the geothermal, all the NOVA stuff, and we will anticipate planning and putting in a permit about as fast as I can possibly make it, certainly within 30 days.
Now, on the rear of the house that's going to be encroaching into the stormwater protection zone, is that mainly your porch and your stairwell, or what's going to be back there past that line?
At one time, I believe, Jesse, if you want to tell them what.
Plan design?
Sure.
We at one time did have a porch, some stairs, and at this point, with what's going on, we've been able to make some relocate stairs, We're trying to go as far as we can, as we said, to appease everybody, including our neighbors who have been good to us while we come in town and take care of some of this. The trees seem to be, and at this point, the 25-foot setback, which is what we wanted, puts us a few feet from the trees, but we're just trying to keep the trees if possible, which in the long run is our, goal to keep those big trees.
I would like to add, I added to that because I've never lived through a hurricane before, that I had a lot of trepidation about trees being that close to a house. I've been assured by a number of people that they've been there longer than I have and the lot planning. So I put that into my report this afternoon, this morning that I sent to you. But if it's good and they're safe, I don't have an objection to keeping the trees either, and trying to figure out a way to make amends or change it up enough so we can keep the trees.
During Hurricane Opal, I did not lose a single shingle because I had 11 trees laying on top of the house holding them in place.
Well, that's great.
Okay, questions from the board, and then we'll hear from your neighbors.
Mr. Chairman, so just to make sure that we all heard the same thing, so you are withdrawing your request for the actually you're going from 50 feet to 25 feet, vice 22 feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
All
That
right.
was the original,
I just wanted to
and
make
we
sure that
messed
I
up.
heard that properly. And as far as the RV, your neighbors probably don't want that, and we'll hear from them, I'm sure. But you do have an option.
Not really.
Okay.
Not at this point. We're looking at housing and other things, but being tied up with this.
Yeah. All right, we'll wait
just
to hear
try to
from the
be
neighbors.
convenient.
Our next board member.
Okay. Any other board member questions? Mr. Reader? Okay, let's hear from your neighbors. Just have a seat, and we'll see what the neighbors have to say.
They changed. They had stairs.
Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Hunter Eccles, 4540 Sabine Drive.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
It should be on.
It's on.
The green
Okay.
light's glowing.
Hunter Eccles, 4540 Sabine Drive. I have a house which is on a piece of property identical in size to theirs. And to make it very short and sweet, I withdraw my objections. I've been talking to the neighbors, and there are reasons why they have to have what they have to have. I don't think they're going to be able to keep the motorhome on the property with the size of the house they're building, but that's something else.
Well, they're only asking for the motorhome while they're building the house.
Yeah, well, that's a dilemma.
And once they put the slab down.
Oh,
there
I
may
know,
not
I
be
know,
room.
but the house is of a size that they can't build it with the motorhome there. I'm a little bit concerned with the construction parking. We live on the end of a cul-de-sac, but that's a fact of life. There's nothing you can do about it. So just deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this request? Come on down if you're headed this way. Okay, you're just hot and trying to stay cool, understand. Okay, pleasure of the board.
If your neighbors are in full agreement with your motorhome being there, and you can allow the city of Gulf Breeze to approve that, you stand a bigger hurdle to get over there than you do here.
Well, I think what the last neighbor brought up, I think it is a good point. Right now, there's plenty of room if we allowed it, but once they start building, I don't know if there's going to be room for it to be there while they're doing construction. You might be kind of cramped on the property.
Obviously, if there isn't room, we are not going to stop the process
Right.
of building this home. We want this home built as fast as possible. John has teenagers that are going into the high school here, and we actually even have other family members moving here so that the children's family units are still intact. So, like I said, if we have to be 53 feet back, and the septic tank is right at the front of the property. So we anticipate, we Trust me, nobody wants to build this home faster than this guy. So we want it done, and we want to be out of a motorhome. I just don't think you can imagine. Well, maybe you can, but this is for us to try and make sure the other family members can get here. This was not the original plan.
There are plenty of nice RV parks in Santa Rosa County that I'm sure would love to have you there for short term.
Looking at options, we understand the grievances of the motorhome, and we are working diligently when the parking, when things, we're going to make necessary movements. I can see now and looking at it that somewhere along the way.
Typically, when we approve a motorhome, we put a 1-year limit on it.
And we understood that too.
It's going to take care of itself as you start developing the house.
Yeah.
So
Motorhome will probably be phased out at one point, it just won't yet. But now for my convenience to oversee, because I've lived here for 20 years and had businesses here in the construction business, four-way builders and so on. I just want to watch the process and make sure I'm on it, and that's why the motorhome is really there for that convenience, being able to see what they're doing. I'm comfortable about it.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board?
I think what I was going to say is, like you said, typically we'll, give a conditional time period for the RV being there. I think the RV is going to get pushed out of the way as they start building anyway. So I've got no problem with allowing that because, again, as they start building, it's going to get pushed out whether they want to keep it there or not. I don't know if we should do it with a shorter time period, but I don't know if we would need to. Because, again, that's going to kind of take care of itself. It won't be there very long once they start building. And I think with moving back to 25 and having a neighbor who was at one point sent us a letter saying he didn't want it and now feeling more comfortable with it, and I think probably most of the houses in this area were based on 25-foot setback anyway. I know that was the original. Can you answer that, staff? If the houses in that area are at 25 or are they all at 50?
A lot of them have variances to 25, but some of them have like 40 or 30, so.
Okay, come on up. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Good evening. My name is Wadia Al-Khouri. Actually, I live across the water from my neighbors. The only concern I have is setting precedent for mobile homes or RVs. I have 4 empty lots to my right, and since Ivan, there was homes there, and they weren't able to put any homes because of variance issues. Now, last year, I came here for the same reason. You guys granted a variance for my neighbor between the 2 homes. That was one parcel divided into 2, was given to the husband sold it. And we were given an answer that there was going to be a dream house for the lady that bought the lot. Now the lot is back on for sale because she couldn't actually fit the house that she wanted to put on. My concern with this situation right now is I don't want to set precedent for having RVs on all these empty lots that's on to my right. That's not going to be acceptable. We live in a, I'm not going to say nice neighborhood, but I don't think, based on the covenants of the actual neighborhood, no RVs are allowed to be actually visible. And now here we are allowing an RV to be stationed there for whatever period.
I don't think you're wrong to say you're in a nice neighborhood. You are. I think the only way that it's allowed is, in this board, the precedents that we normally have is we need to see a plan of action. So if someone came in and said, hey, I just want to park my RV and live here, that wouldn't get approved. Sure. It's only approved when we give a timeline, and it has to be obviously extenuating circumstances. But it's not going to set a precedence for people to start parking them on the vacant lots because they need to have a permit or ready to build. And I think something the county is getting better at. I don't know if you've noticed, we've had several code compliance cases come tonight because the county is getting serious about going out and checking on these things. So whether it's neighbors saying, hey, this RV's been parked here, or if it's the county checking on it, I don't think we're going to set a precedence on that. And again, I obviously understand you don't want RVs out there, but this one, it's temporary, and there's not going to be room for it once they start building anyway. So it's going to be even more shortened than normal. But we obviously we're not going to allow someone just to live in an RV on any of those vacant lots there or on your side of the canal, if that helps at all.
No, I understand. And then the other point I was going to make is the setback for the 50 feet. My house has to obey for that setback. And the only thing was they gave them a variance for the deck to be about 39 feet from the water, but not the house. And you guys can check it on record. So my concern is also we're giving all these variances. So now the lot next to me, if it's going to get a 25 feet set variance, now that's going to affect a lot of things to my house as well. We're setting a lot of now you can ask the other neighbors. All these lots have been empty since Ivan, and there was a reason for them for being empty. Now one variance was given. All 4 lots are on the market for sale. Now we're not trying to stop any sale, but let's be a little bit more careful how we're giving the variances. I bought a house from the actual the landlord that I bought it from. She was the realtor, and she convinced us that there will never be any homes built because of these 50 feet setback. They got actually the runaround. They weren't given the actual facts. Neither did I. And now I am at your mercy here trying to protect my home value from future development.
I think that's one of the reasons I asked if the houses around them, because what happens is you get told, hey, this is where you need to build it.
Sure.
And if there's a variance past you, well, now your view is impeded of the water.
Correct.
We used to have a 25-foot setback, and a lot of the slabs that are still there from Ivan, they're at 25 feet because they used to be allowed that. So new constructions are being forced past them, but to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever denied a house being built on the original slab if a house was gone. But I am curious to know, are they going to be out in front of any of the neighbors beside them? And that's something we take into consideration. If your neighbor beside you came and said, well, we want 25 feet, but you're pushed back at 50, we're not going to let that go through.
Yeah, that's all what I'm trying to protect.
Right.
I mean, they're not conferring with anything on me.
Yeah.
You know, nice neighbors. I'm just trying to protect my interest for
Absolutely.
later, because there is a rumor coming around right now that, hey, you know, they gave rubber stamp, they stamped the variance, let's go ahead and put all of these. There is now 2 lots that are going up on sale.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to.
Yeah, I think it's important. Nothing we do here sets a precedence or changes the LDC, and that's one of the reasons why we're here. I know there's plenty of folks out there who like to say we approve way too much stuff, but it's because the staff does a good job before they get here, and the ones that don't make sense aren't even going to come. But that's something we would absolutely take into consideration. If your neighbor wants to go to 25 and you're sitting there beside them at 50, there's just no way we're going to allow it. And that's why, to me, I want to know what their neighbors are at, because if they're at 25 and their neighbors are pushed back at 50, they're going to be out in front of them. But if their neighbors are 25, then I'm okay with his because he's not going to be out in front of them.
That's fair enough.
If the sanitary sewer were available and they didn't have to put the septic tank in the front yard, which forces the house back, we would deny it right out.
Sure.
Right.
But it's a special circumstance that,
I wouldn't be in this position, you know, because we all knew that there was no septic.
I mean, the other option is let's keep the 50-foot setback and put the septic tank in the backyard by the canal.
No, we don't want
Don't
that.
think we want that either.
No. I mean, I don't have any issues with anything. It's just I'm trying to protect my future investment that I
Absolutely.
spend. I mean, I still work, you know, to afford for that house, and I don't want to have something that's going to block or affect my asset. That's all I'm asking
Understand.
for.
We appreciate you coming out and speaking.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to say that in these special circumstances, there's a lot of people that are in situations where, you know, in order for them to actually build their dream home, they need money to do it. And one of the ways is our housing cost has, you know, our housing, you know, I rent, you know, apartments and it's high rent area, you know, and that would take off of their bottom line, and they want to use money to invest in their home, you know, which allows them to have a more beautiful home, and these are the kind of situations where I think we give the applicants an upper hand and to build their dream home. You know, of course, not everybody's going to follow, you know, and like Mr. Reeder was saying, you know, normally they have kind of timelines, you know, build. I think everybody wants something within reason, and but I'm in favor of this applicant, but I kind of agree with that gentleman.
Thank you. One of the things I did want to add is that our porch is 13 feet deep in the back, so it will be porched. The house itself will be set back that much further. And the other thing we are willing to do and want to do is, our plan designers right here, we are definitely trying to figure out a way to keep the 2 trees that are in discussion, because they're beautiful. I mean, there's absolutely no discussion that they're not. So we're going to be doing everything from 25 feet back to accommodate not just us And, you know, sure, if we could go up 2 feet and go vertical like a lot of others would, we would. But it's just really not feasible for John, and we don't want to, you know, that's why I said it's not just for the convenience of us having a home. It's for a convenience of us having a lifestyle that accommodates his disabilities.
Thank you. Any
Staff,
other questions from the board?
Staff, were you able to see where the neighbors beside them are? Are they at 25 or are they pushed back at 50? I can see the one on the left from the overhead. That one's way back, but it's kind of in a weird spot or a weird
The other,
lot as
the
well.
one on the right is quite a ways back as well. So, and again, it's the angle. They are set right. It's like a 22.5 degree kind of thing. Because I did drive down there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful lot.
Yeah,
we love
is.
it, and we're not, you know, one of the things we liked is we weren't encroaching on anybody's direct view.
Right.
And honestly, my primeval thinking was that if we went 1 story up, because we have to be on pilings, we would be less obstructive and less wind flow and all that other stuff. But yeah, it was, the decision for 1 story was, honestly, we were hoping we could build on a modified slab, and it just wasn't possible.
The lot to the north received a variance in 1998 to reduce the rear setback from 50 foot to 25 feet. The lot to the south did not have a variance.
Quick question. When we look at the flood zone, we've got a split zone.
Yes.
Will the entire structure be in the AE portion?
Yes.
Good job.
That one I figured out. Actually, I used to be an insurance agent and don't ever want to do that again. And that was the one thing I do know about is flood insurance, and that part of the flood insurance I would never want to touch.
I used to sell that stuff, and I'd love it when they'd want to put one on grade about 5 feet from the seawall.
Well, but I'm already thinking about hurricanes. Trust me, I don't want to compromise myself, John, or the children.
Mr. Chairman, given that it looks like the house that didn't need the variance, they're not going to have an impeded view to the water anyway. The one that did, I don't think it's going to impede either. So I think the setbacks, I guess if I'm making all the motions tonight, I make the motion to approve the second request reduced from 22 feet to 25 feet as amended. And we might should vote on that one independently.
Well, let's vote on the RV first, since it's the first item.
I guess that makes sense too.
What's the pleasure of the board on
I
the
make a
RV?
motion. I'm going to request a denial for the first variance, but I'm in agreement with the second to approve.
I have a motion for denial of the conditional use. Do I hear a second? Failing to hear a second, what's the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion to approve the first request.
And is that with a 1-year time limit?
With a 1-year time limit.
Have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? And we have a second. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the conditional use? If not, please vote. And those in opposition? 7-1.
Understood.
Next item. On the rear setback of the shoreline protection zone from 50 feet to 25 feet. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve as adjusted.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that one is approved unanimously.
Don't want to abstain.
I have one in opposition. Okay. Okay, we got a 7-1. The conditional use for the RV automatically goes to the county commission for their final approval.
Okay.
The variance is a recommendation. No, it is an approval unless someone appeals it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So, Sean, the date of that, May 20?
May 23rd.
May
It'll be in Milton.
That'll be in Milton.
And keep in mind that
Be
is
there at 6.
Be there at 6. Okay.
keep in mind that is temporary, and if the timeline expires, you have to come back and do it again on the conditional use for the RV.
I don't think I'm going to make it.
Yeah, 'cause it's a lot cooler outside. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 8:54.
Good to see you back, Darlene.
Sure. Mm-hmm. I don't, not getting very far.
You don't understand. Down to about 10 feet. So the tide's coming in and out under the ground. And they don't understand. A 100 feet back, give it about a week to 10 days, or one good heavy rain.
Is there
No,
I mean,
where are people? Right down the mountain. Find that interval.
cool outside.
It's cool back there. Well, put the fans back there and blow it up.
No, I was joking with you.
I know, but. He sent me a letter. He's reading them, exactly. No, he sent me a letter. He said, I'm not speaking in the school capacity. What?
If everyone can find a seat, we'll get this back going.
You know?
Yeah. I didn't see nothing.
Okay.
I didn't have my glasses.
Okay, let's jump in here.
Moving right along.
And we'll call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda, number 14, is 2019 R020.
Case number 2019-R-020, Flynn Building Specialist, LLC, is proposing to rezone 0.35 acres from R1 Single Family Residential to R1A Single Family Residential and change the future land use from SFR Single Family Residential to MDR Medium Density Residential. The location of the subject site is Harmony Lane, Gulf Breeze, Florida. The subject site is in an R1 single-family residential zoning district. The proposed zoning is R1A, single-family residential. This is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. This is a close-up of this aerial of the subject site. This is a future land use, which is single-family residential. The proposed future land use is medium-density residential. The existing land use is a combination of vacant land and single-family residential and is surrounded by vacant to the west, north, and single-family residential to the east and south. There are partially hydric soils and non-hydric soils on the subject site. This is the minor subdivision snapshot from 2006. The thick tan dashed lines show the lots that were in existence on September 15, 2006. Zoning went into effect in this area in June of 1986. This is looking at the east side of the subject site. This is looking at the west side of the subject site. This is looking west through the subject site at the adjacent property. They're sticking together. Yeah, humidity. This is looking south and west. The subject site is behind us. This is looking south across Harmony Lane. The subject site is behind us. And this is looking east. The subject site's on our left. And that's all I have.
Name and address, please.
Good evening, board members. I'm Elizabeth Schrei, AICP, representing Flynn Built this evening, 1300 East Olive Road, Pensacola, Florida, 32514. We actually purchased 3 separate lots down on Harmony Lane. They were identified in the deeds as lots 15, 16, and 17. We pulled the permits on lot 17 first. We submitted on, I'm not sure, actually I think both of them, 15 and 16, for permits and were denied. And speaking through number of different people, we spoke with our title company, going back through the history of these parcels. I did a lot of research on these lots myself. I've actually prepared a map of showing when these different parcels first had deeds recorded with Santa Rosa County. And if you look at the dates on the map that was just passed out, a lot of these dates do predate zoning. I've also distributed a deed dating back to 1978. Again, zoning was 1986 in this area. We have a 1978 deed that describes 3 lots. What the deed does is it's one perimeter boundary that says this is the perimeter boundary for 3 separate lots, lots 15, 16, and 17. And it's right on the verge of being qualified as a lot of record. We actually did a lot of research, number of different directions, trying to find the original unrecorded plat for this subdivision. It was actually developed back before platting requirements existed. So we were not even able to locate the non-recorded plat through all of our different research of the different neighboring properties. And that really was the kicker. We went back to the survey company, the property appraisers. Where did you get your bearings to even subdivide these, to issue parcel numbers for any of them? And no one seems to have the answer. So working through this, it was determined by county staff that they cannot call this a lot of record. There are not 3 distinct legal descriptions, despite the deed from 1978 saying we're transferring 3 lots. I think that question is still debatable. Moving forward, easiest path to get these back to a buildable status. Right now, these are not the only 2 lots on Harmony Lane that are non-buildable because of this exact same issue. We decided to request the rezoning to R1A. That allows up to 10 units per acre. We are not proposing that at all. We've actually submitted site plans, 1 home per lot, 1 on 15, 1 on 16. We're already permitted on 17. As the site plans show, we will not need any variances. We can fit these wholly within standard lot setbacks. So it's really just rezoning so that we are able to build on these. Increased tax base. These are going to be a little bit more affordable product than we normally build. We really are building semi-custom homes across the entire panhandle right now. But this is an infill. Let's go find lots that need built, where the infrastructure is already there, where we're not, supporting this sprawl environment. Let's go build out what we've already platted out. So, trying to keep it quick tonight. That's kind of the history on this. If y'all need or can condition the rezoning to it only being, 1 home per lot as presented, I'm fine with that. We are definitely, that's all we intend.
I think the operative words that caused you the problem, and we have one of the best surveyors in the county that will probably agree with me, are the words of an unrecorded subdivision.
And again, it was done prior to zoning. There were no platting requirements. So, who's charged with keeping that plat? It's literally, we haven't been able to find it.
Developer never recorded it, so it never was truly platted.
And
Mr.
again,
Chairman, just for reference, so Ms. Shry presented this case to staff. It's identified in your backup information. We worked with the property appraiser, who is the county's official maintainer of these records, and they said it was not subdivided. It was actually requested in 2018 to be subdivided, even though the deed showed that. It was not recorded. So that's kind of where we're at now. The applicant purchased a lot and wants to divide it, and so that's, in a nutshell, that's where we're at. Elizabeth, and just one question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. Article 6.05 of the Land Development Code states that this district requires a central sewage system. The lots are 0.17 in size, and the health department won't permit anything less than a 1/4 acre in size for septic. You know where the nearest location of this is?
I did not realize.
Yeah, because and you provided a letter from South Santa Rosa Utilities that states that sewer is not available.
Sewer's not available.
Not available.
I believe there are variances we can apply for through Department of Health. And that's something we'll obviously have to pursue, because if sewer's not there.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question, was about sewer. Were they planning on building one septic tank to service all three? Or you're gonna put
I know the
three
one
in?
on 17 has its own septic already. It was over the quarter-acre size.
Well, I have a question real quick. On the map, we've got 15 is the big one, and then 16 and 17 are the small ones.
You have to have a separate septic tank for each dwelling.
I was thinking you did, yeah.
You
And that
do.
would, again, it would be more of a variance issue with Department of Health to get one on each lot.
And where are you proposing to put those based upon the size of these lots?
Maybe not.
Well, normally they would go either rear yard, front yard. I wish I had our septic guy here tonight, but I don't. They would have to, your septic tanks do have to meet setbacks.
Oh, yeah, this one.
So we would
Correct.
have to
And
meet
is
that with.
gonna allow you enough space
Yeah, I got it.
to
Yeah, but this one.
build the dwelling
This was in the packet.
and still not be asking for additional variances?
Gotcha.
It wouldn't be necessarily a variance for a structure, but to the actual septic tank requirements. We have to
Fill
get a
lines.
separate, permit for that system.
Which will be divided by the health department.
We will have to.
Mr. Chairman, and for the board, I just want to throw out there, I live relatively close to this, and they have already built 3 or 4 homes out there, and it has totally changed the demographic, and I'm sure the deputies might agree with me, that I don't think they're running up and down that road near as much as they used to. And because of what they did, a lot of the other neighbors are improving their houses. So this is one of those that we're actually seeing a improvement of an entire neighborhood from what one developer, like they said, are stepping out of their normal boundaries to do. I just wanted to throw that out there as a, point of.
Let's check with the
Thank you.
audience and see if we have anyone here wanting to speak in opposition to this one. Seeing none, we'll continue on.
Just one more thing. We did actually directly send out letters to all of the property owners on the public notice registration list. And we sent them, plot plans, a letter saying, this is what we're proposing. It's 1 house per lot. This is the issue. And said, hey, email us, call us if you want to talk, if you have questions, concerns. We did not get any feedback, good, bad, or otherwise.
The district, I'm reading what staff has prepared, and it specifically states on the second page of their preparation that the district requires a central sewage system.
And, I'm really not sure where the sewer is. I know, is it not close?
It's, the closest sewer line is on Woodlawn Beach Road, the
Okay.
main road there, so you would have to run.
All the way down
all the way
Harmony.
down, all the way, that half mile, yeah.
The maximum permitted residential density within the category of 6 dwelling units per 1 acre of land.
These lots are 0.17 acres each. So we're well above, what would be maximum density under the R1A.
I think if,
So,
go ahead.
so y'all are, then your company is prepared then to meet the requirements?
It's definitely something we'll have to go back and look at. If the R1A district, does require connecting to sewer, that does definitely change our costs for developing in that area.
I'm not opposed to what you're asking for, as long as you meet the requirements of the district central sewer system, meeting those guidelines.
And that's something, if approved, if this moves forward, we'll have to check into that before proceeding to council or county commission.
And that's what I was going to say, whether we approve or deny, this is the first step. That would be the next. They're going to have to make sure they clear those hurdles.
Right, make sure
before
we
they
can
get
still develop.
permits and those types of things, so.
If you don't have any issues with making that as part of your stipulation,
then I have no problems.
Do you mean the requirement that will, I mean, I think it's already codified that we would have to
Yeah.
tie to.
Yeah, but I don't think that's
Mr.
necessary.
Chairman, is that out of our, isn't that out of our purview?
Yeah, that is, certainly. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to have to be done whether even if we told them they didn't have to, it wouldn't matter. They'd still have to do it.
It's
either
already,
way.
yeah, it's codified under the new district. And at that point, if for some reason, we couldn't develop and connect to sewer, in all likelihood, we'd be withdrawing the rezoning request. Going back, not changing the zoning district, recombining these and, just combining them into one, which financially is not a good route for us either.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion to approve,
Second for discussion.
second for discussion.
Are we doing that with the condition that only one house, or is that already kind of in the code?
One house per dwelling.
Okay.
The thing that concerns me, Mr. Chairman, a couple of months ago, we had an upzoning like this that basically dealt with one house. They wanted to go from R1 to R1A, and the reason they wanted to do that was because they had another bedroom, and the commissioners denied it out of hand. So I'm just kind of pointing that out.
I do understand the concerns there.
You may have an
Absolutely.
uphill battle with them on that.
I do understand.
If you went back to combining the the three into one parcel and then dividing them equally, you would still be at .22
We've
acres, not
already,
a quarter acre.
and we've already permitted the one on
Okay.
the end lot, the 17.
Mr. Chairman, for the staff, Mr. Ward, to make sure I understand, so right now, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of you, I just want to make sure I understand this, that because the Land Development Code says the district requires a central sewage system, and like I say, I know for a fact that it's a half mile away at least, that, so basically, I mean, that's not really what we're being asked.
That's not up to us.
Yeah, that's, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. That is not
That's
what
not part of
what's
it.
being.
Right, we're not waiving
Okay,
that.
I think, and that's, and Sean, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So basically, I'm looking here under purpose, 6.05 for the R1A, single-family residential district. It says this district requires a central sewage system. So in order to approve it for R1A, it requires a central sewage system. Now, whether or not a variance can be given for less than a quarter acre for a septic system, that I'm not aware of, and we'll certainly follow up with the health department as well.
I know it's an option in Escambia. I'm not sure over here.
But again, something that would be the next hurdle to clear, not something we can do tonight.
And since this is a recommendation, you could have that answer for the commission before they take final action.
Absolutely.
As
And
to if they
we
can approve it
need
or
that
not
answer
approve it.
for our purposes also.
Right.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to want to know if they're going to have to run half a mile of sewer pipe, which, yeah, not going to happen.
There is money coming in the Triumph Fund for septic abatement, but that may make you wait a while before they have the money to extend the sewer system. But it is in the Triumph money plans.
Sure.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. What is the pleasure of the board? Please vote. All in favor? We have 5. Those opposed? We have 2. This is a recommendation to the county
I think
commission.
that's incorrect. Did you? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I oppose.
No, this is the one I didn't oppose. Actually.
Okay, so we have 7-1. And its recommendation to the commission, they will be taking it up on May 23rd for final action.
Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good night tonight.
Yeah.
Next item, 2019 R22.
Case number 2019-R-022, BJL Sources, Inc. is proposing to rezone .99 acres from Ag RR, Agricultural Rural Residential, to HCD, Highway Commercial Development, and change the future land use from Ag RR, Agricultural Rural Residential, to COM, Commercial. The subject site is located at 4460 Highway 87 South in Navarre, Florida. The subject site is in an Ag RR, Agricultural Rural Residential zoning area. The proposed zoning is HCD, Highway Commercial Development. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The future land use is agricultural rural residential. The proposed future land use is commercial. The existing land use is single-family residential and is surrounded by single-family residential and commercial. This is looking at the front of the subject site. This is looking at the back part of the subject site. The actual proposed rezoning is behind the fence. And this is another view, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address for the record.
My name is Fred Cotton, 6593 Yellow Hill Drive in Milton, Florida.
Okay, it says to expand the restaurant. What are we doing?
Well, basically expanding the restaurant.
Expanding the building, expanding parking?
No. What we just got through doing, we used the rest of the land that was on the site to increase the sewage treatment plant because the seating has increased 25% since it was built. So we want to incorporate the property that was bought adjacent to that and utilize it as well for future expansion. There is a 30 by 50 metal structure on the building now. Come in very good usage to store grain. They've got a little brewery, micro brewery, and that's part of the reason for the expansion of that property. We've gone just about as far as we can with a building and number of chairs. So it's essentially the product that they're making.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. They've actually, this restaurant, lounge, bar, whatever you want to, however you want to call it, has done quite a bit for this community. I make a motion to approve without objection.
Let me check and see if I've got anyone in the audience first. Seeing none, I have a motion without objection. Hearing none, your request is approved, and this is a recommendation that will go to the County Commission for final action on May 23rd. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You look like you were trying to introduce yourself earlier. You still can if you want to.
That's all right. My name is Robert Lamar. I'm a consultant to Mr. Cotton's. I live at 2520 Escambia Avenue in Pensacola. And you fellas and ladies have done lion's work tonight. You really have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Case number 2019-R-024, HBL Properties LLC is requesting to rezone 0.65 acres from R1M Mixed Residential Subdivision to HCD Highway Commercial Development and amend the future land use from SFR Single Family Residential to Commercial. The subject site is located at 4137 and 4139 Plant Avenue in Pace, Florida. The subject site is zoned R1M, which is Mixed Residential Subdivision. The proposed zoning is HCD, Highway Commercial Development. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding area. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The future land use is SFR, Single Family Residential. The proposed future land use is commercial. The existing land use is single-family residential and multifamily residential with vacant and industrial to the north, commercial to the east and south, and single-family residential to the west. Okay, this is looking at the subject site. This is looking south down West Spencerfield Road. Subject site's on our right. This is looking east across West Spencerfield Road. Subject site is behind us. This is looking north of West Spencerfield Road. Subject site's behind us. This is looking north across Plant Avenue. Subject site is behind us. And this is looking west down Plant Avenue. This subject site's to our left. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Paul Salter, 6156 Enfinger Road, and I'm representing HBL Properties. Mr. Harry Harris is the owner of that corporation. Darlene, is there any way you could put the map up of the drawing, the proposed drawing? I didn't see that come up, man.
Sorry, I didn't put it on.
You've got it in your packet, okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody could reference that. In January 2018, thank you, appreciate that. The commissioners, we went before the commissioners to get approved to have the road, Pace Road, vacated. And we did that because the county was on board with that, along with FDOT, to be able to stop the traffic from going down to West Spencerfield Road and trying to turn left, immediately left. And if you're familiar with that particular area, the county several times has had to put barriers up on that West Spencerfield area. So it's really it was a danger to traffic going out. So we met with FDOT and met with the county, and they approved for that particular road to be vacated. Along with that, this is the second piece of the puzzle that we need to take care of, as far as this is the reason for the rezoning of these two parcels. Mr. Harris does own the parcels to the south of these parcels we're asking to be rezoned, and he does own these parcels also. So what the county is asking us to do is to provide a site plan that shows how the traffic will flow through Mr. Harris's site if it was developed. And that's what we're trying to do, is to give a preliminary drawing to show that that's how they would access through this particular commercial site. And that is the reason for asking for the HCD zoning on those two lots that are at the end of that road. So
instead of ingress and egress from Highway 90, they come from behind?
No, actually, you'll see on the map there is, if someone has come down Pace Road, we made, FDOT approved that we could access through Mr. Harris's property over to Highway 90. So what it'll do, it'll keep people from coming all the way down to West Spencerfield Road. And if they do come down that way, they'll have to go through the development that we have planned, which you'll see on that plan. There's a cul-de-sac that's there. Right. So what it does is anybody that comes down Pace Road and wants to access Highway 90, they'll be able to turn to the right and be able to access Highway 90. There will be a right in and a right out off of 90, which FDOT has approved. So that's the reason for the request.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Salter,
Yes,
quick
sir.
question on Pace Road, where we're going to have the proposed roundabout. Currently, for better or worse, a lot of people have decided that's just another access to get on West Spencerfield.
Yeah, I guess.
Removing it, and it's my understanding that none of that from where the proposed roundabout is going to be, or the terminal end of Pace over to West Spencerfield, that's not county maintained. That's just somebody encroaching on private property, correct?
Are you talking where the cul-de-sac is? That would
No.
be.
In other words, right now, you can get on Pace,
Right.
pull out a Burger King and go all the way down, drive across the curb and get on West Spencerfield.
Right, right.
And I guess the question I'm asking, y'all are going to put an end to that.
Yes, that would be over with.
Okay.
Once this development happens, that would be cut off completely, right
And
there.
then moving south on West Spencerfield, there will be an entrance to this facility off of Plant, correct?
Plant Avenue,
Okay.
yes.
I just wanted to say, I think this might be a better deterrent off of Pace onto West Spencerfield than the little flappy things they put up every 6 months, and then people drive over them, and then the county puts them back up every 6 months or so, and they get driven over again. I don't think they're going to drive through a building to get onto West Spencerfield there, so I think that would solve that problem anyway and keep traffic off that road from going through.
Right.
And so.
Okay, let's hear from neighbors, see if we've
Okay.
got anybody in the audience in opposition. Seeing none, does the board have any further questions?
There is some opposition that was in the packet.
Yep.
Okay.
What I think I read through that briefly because we just got that, and I think they were actually talking about how that intersection is dangerous. I'm not sure if they realize that this is going to kind of fix that. We just kind of, like I said, reading through it real quickly. Because what happens is traffic backs up on West Spencerfield to get on to 90, and people try to use pace to get up and turn left. Well, you can't without cutting through that traffic, and then people coming from 90 on to Spencerfield can't see you when you're cutting through that traffic and end up having accidents there. So I think in the letter, I'm not sure if they're understanding the proposed project, because they talk about how it's going to add to an existing problem when in reality I think it's going to solve at least one. So
Another question. Oh,
Mr. Salter, please come back up. Yes, sir.
I'm kind of wondering if we're going to be looking at no major stores, basically just offices, things like that.
That's what we're looking at.
Would neighborhood commercial not be a little bit better fit?
So we would prefer to keep with HCD because the rest of it is HCD. It's a little hard because when you do a development, if you took me to NC, then I'm all of a sudden going to an office immediately to that area right there. So, it's a pretty good size investment here. We actually were the ones that proposed it, and so we're the ones going to be putting the money into putting the cul-de-sac in. Even though it'll be deeded to the county, we've got to go through that expense. So we just feel like that's the minimum we'd like to see on that.
I understand it.
That's
NC
good.
would kind of hamstring you a little bit, and I understand.
Yeah, a little bit there.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it appears to make things better, they actually have their parking on that side that's adjacent to the residential with a buffer in between, so.
Any further questions from the board? If not, what's the pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to approve without objection.
Have a motion for approval without objection. Hearing none, it is approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, this is a recommendation to the commission. You get to see them on the 23rd. Next item. Yes. I have no idea what the turtle picture is about.
That is an email I received. Apparently, there are gopher turtles on that site. That's what I got from the case we're coming up on, 2019 R21.
21, okay.
Case number 2019-R-21 is requesting to rezone 40 acres from Ag RR, which is agricultural rural residential, to R1, single-family residential, and amend the future land use from Ag RR, which is agricultural rural residential, to SFR, single-family residential. The subject site is located on the west side of Chumuckla Highway, midway between Wallace Lake Road and Joppa Drive in the Pace community. The subject site is zoned agriculture rural residential. The proposed zoning is R1, single-family residential. This is an aerial of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is a close-up aerial of the subject site. The future land use is agricultural rural residential. The proposed future land use is single-family residential. The existing land use is silviculture with agriculture to the north, vacant single-family residential, mixed residential commercial to the east, agriculture and single-family residential to the south, and vacant and single-family residential to the west. This is looking at the subject site. This is looking north up Chumuckla Highway. The subject site's on our right. This is looking east across Chumuckla Highway. The subject site's behind us. And the donkey was very interested in what I was doing, by the way. This is looking south and east across Chumuckla Highway. The subject site's behind us. This is looking south down Chumuckla Highway. The subject site is on our right. And that's all.
Ms. Cato.
Good evening. I'm Becky.
Pull it down a little bit. There you go. Green light should glow.
There we go. Okay. Becky Cato, 5650 West Spring Woods Drive in Pace. I'm representing the Dennises, Mike and Pat Dennis, the owners of this 40-acre property that's located on Chumuckla Highway. This is just a little bit north of the Five Points area. I know that you guys are all aware of the report that the commissioners recently received about the need for additional residential building lots to accommodate growth in the county over the next 5-10 years. And we're all aware that the county is growing. We know that it's one of the fastest growing counties in the state. And we understand that this part of the county is an area that attracts an awful lot of people. And as a result, we're going to begin to see more requests like this one for development kind of on that edge of the Pace area. And so the question then is going to be, just how far north do you take that? And I've thought a lot about how much to say tonight, kind of where to start, how much to throw at you, but it's late. I know that you guys have already looked at what's in the agenda packet. You know what the issues are out there. And so I'm just going to focus right on what I believe to be the concerns. In looking at the staff analysis, we were on the same page on almost everything except for whether or not this project is compatible with the area and whether or not it's considered urban sprawl. And honestly, those are debatable issues. In my opinion, single-family residential is compatible with single-family residential. And this is a single-family residential area. And granted, the lots, because of the zoning, are larger than a quarter acre. This will be the first quarter acre lot residential development in that general area, but it's still compatible development. The lot sizes, the lot widths are the same, the building setbacks are the same. It's all single family construction. If this was multifamily development, I would agree that it would be incompatible, but from a compatibility standpoint, R1 makes a good transition from the major arterial roadway back to the larger lots that are behind it. So that's my thoughts on compatibility. So then the next thing is whether or not this would be considered sprawl. And I would just go to the language in the comprehensive plan and the land development code gives us some clear guidance on that. The land development code, for example, says that R1 single family residential should be located where appropriate urban services are provided. And that's really critical. In this area, as you begin to see people wanting to move there and real property owners wanting to do something with their property, I think that the provision of urban services is going to be a key factor for this board to consider. And this is one of those areas where sewer has been extended up this roadway. The construction of Lead Academy in this area, which is a wonderful school and is doing wonderful things there, that prompted taking sewer up to that point. Pace Water doesn't have any plans to extend sewer beyond that. So that kind of gives you a northern boundary. This property is right below that. I know staff pointed out that it's a couple of miles north of the closest R1 property on that same roadway. I would say that a little differently. It's only a couple of miles north of that one. It would be ideal, of course, in a perfect world if those properties developed kind of in very sequential order, one right after another, but we know that's not the way that property rights work, and people have different needs for selling their properties at different times. So I would propose that within this general area, as you see the area grow, and I'd say, down Dunquit Berry Hill as well, looking at the same things, that the provision of sewer should be the key thing that indicates whether a property should be developed at very, very, very low density rural densities, or the low density residential density of R1 with quarter acre lots. So that said, I'm going to go ahead and stop talking and see if you have any questions and answer questions that those that are remaining in the room have.
My first question is, I see the boulevard entrance off of Wallace Lake.
Right.
Do you have another point of ingress and egress, like up next to the stormwater retention pond on the Chumuckla?
I'm glad that you mentioned that. that was one of the things that I believe the Public Works Director pointed out that should be considered. Public Works and the Engineering Department both had some really good comments on this. What's included in the packet is conceptual to give an idea of what can be done there within the basics of the county code. There are some details like that that will need to be worked out at the site plan stage or the preliminary plat stage. There are some things that we were able to go ahead and make sure fit in there, like the turn lanes and that kind of thing. And then some things I think they determined is more appropriate to wait until the preliminary plat when they have more information available.
You just know how I feel about lollipop subdivisions, so that's
Um,
my first question out the door. Mr. Silver.
Question, the map that I have, the only entrance egress is on Chumuckla, is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Right?
Okay, you said
yeah.
Wallace.
The way that
Was that Chumuckla?
Yeah.
is Chumuckla.
All right, and one of the questions that I have on the lots that are facing Chumuckla, will those driveways be stubbed inside the subdivision, or will they be stubbed on Chumuckla?
All internal. And like I said, that's just conceptual. Approval of the rezoning doesn't in any way imply that you're approving the layout of the property. I know that there's a more detailed review that the staff has to do before they can determine which of those is appropriate.
Questions from the board before we open it up to the audience? They've been waiting for 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours.
And we've been rewarded by a cooler room. I'm
We
so
opened the
glad.
doors. Once soccer practice was over, we opened the doors. Okay, let's hear from you. Come on up. Just for a point of reference, you took 6.5 minutes.
My name's Samuel Nichols. I live at 7143 Nichols Ranch Road. And you talk about needing of houses in this area. There's already hundreds being built. And they are obtaining to the 1 acre per one house as current zoning already stipulates. So there's plenty of houses being built. There's plenty of land being developed that is abiding by what the current zoning currently is. I lived across the soccer fields most of my life. My family's been here for generations. I love Santa Rosa County. I have children in the school system. I'm a product of the school system. The school system is busting at the seams. Chumuckla Highway at Wallace Lake there, I don't know how much time y'all spend there, but it's already a bad intersection. You're going to throw in another 120 houses, plus the 150, I believe, that's going on 10 Mile and Wallace Lake currently. You know, it's a condition of safety. The infrastructure is simply not there. You look at 5 Points, it is a mess right now. And you're adding even more and more. I'm not against growth. I make a living on growth. I own a real estate brokerage and insurance agency. You know, and my father owns a surveying company, a land planning company. And I'm not opposed to growth. I want responsible growth. But in saying this matches the current, absolutely not. There's no, 1 house per 4 acres, yeah, 1 house per R1 zoning, okay? Currently anywhere near here. It's not. And like I said, I want to leave this county in better condition I found it for my children. And we can't just keep on saying build, baby, build at irresponsible rates. And I'm very passionate about this. I love my community. I love where I live. And that's pretty much all I got to say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Anyone have questions for Mr. Nichols? Okay. Next. Come on up. Yes. Oh, you had a question?
But not a question, it's a comment. I think there is R1 near there, but the houses definitely aren't 4 per acre for sure. I think that's, yeah.
I know the developers
Mhm.
personally. And
Yep.
all of my understanding, and I've sold many lots, they're 1 acre lots.
Mm-hmm. Right. They could, but they didn't, and I think that's important. I think that area is, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I agree.
Just for clarification, Mr. Reader, that's RR1, which are half-acre lots across the street there.
They're not being used as that.
Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
My name's Mike Gauthier. I live at 6900 Chumuckla Highway. This will be right on my front doorstep. I don't know where the half-acre lots you're talking about is, but apparently there is. But I've got 660 feet on the highway. It's growed up so much out there that I cringe every time one of my grandbabies pulls in my driveway and then has to leave. Chumuckla Highway right there at my house is a dangerous area. We don't need all these houses jammed on 40 acres. I'm not against growth, but like the speaker before me, I think we need to be responsible on how we go about it. That's pretty much all I got to say.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Linda Carver. I live on 3490 Mahogany Drive, Pace, Florida 32571. I want to thank you for your time. I've been very impressed with the level of knowledge of the area from your board, and I appreciate your volunteering your time. I have already given you some of my paperwork. One is the comments that I'm making tonight. I've given everyone a copy. And the other piece is a petition that we have now been able to get 224 signatures on that's against the rezoning. All right, the beginning of my comments. We feel that the area that we live in is rural. And I'd like to begin with the definition of rural life. Rural life broadly describes the lifestyle of residents of non-urban areas. Rural areas are often called the country and have low population density and large amounts of undeveloped land and farmland. I don't know how many of you on the zoning board are familiar with Wallace community and our rural area, but I invite you to take a drive on North Chumuckla Highway. As you drive north from the 5 Points intersection, you'll gradually see larger and larger pieces of land. Some parcels have homes with acres of yard. Some parcels have huge pastures filled with horses and cattle. Some parcels are used for farming, and some are still undeveloped. Our area captivates the true definition of rural life as I just described it. Our community is filled with residents who have worked hard their entire lives to be able to afford and maintain large pieces of properties in our homes. We are not a tight-knit community, and we are a proud community. We love living out in the country because we love the lifestyle. We love living in low population area and the qualities that it brings. We love our acres of yard and pasture for our families and animals to enjoy. We love the fact that we are zoned for and can have horses, cattle, goats, chickens, and other livestock. We love the comfort of having good neighbors and feeling safe within our own community. We love the tranquility and quiet sunsets. We love watching the stars at night without the blinding city lights. Simply said, we love the quality of rural life. Loyalty. The residents of North Pace, Wallace, and Chumuckla have supported our area and have been loyal taxpayers for decades and decades. I just learned that there's one family that's been out there for 90 years. There are families that have raised generation after generation in our rural area. Our hardworking, responsible, tax-paying residents have been loyal to our rural area long before Pace became so popular. Now, we, the residents, are asking the Santa Rosa County Zoning Board to be as loyal to us as we have been to you. Facts. I've done a little research and came up with a very shocking calculation. First, I added together all the homes and acreage owned just in my immediate neighborhood, which includes Mahogany Drive and the properties directly behind me on Nicholson Estates Road. We have a total of 19 homes on 65.76 acres. That's an average of just under 3.5 acres per home. The proposed zoning is calling for 160 homes on 40 acres, which equals 1/4 of an acre per home. Our current average, compared to the proposed average, is approximately a 1,400% increase in population density. That's a little on the insane side. Our already crowded schools cannot handle an increase of that magnitude. Our roads and intersections cannot handle an increase of that magnitude. Our first responders would be strained to handle an increase of that magnitude, and our utilities would be strained also. Bottom line, as everyone's already said, Pace is growing too big, too fast. And I bring in front of you today a petition that my neighbors and I collected 224 signatures on a petition against the 2019 R21 request for zoning change. I feel that this shows that the people have spoken. I am so proud of our community standing together like this. We, the residents, do not want our quality of life destroyed. We, the residents, do not want our lifestyles trampled upon. We, the residents, do not want urban development in our rural community. We, the residents, do not want high-density population, city lights, city noise, city traffic, and city crime. Therefore, we, the loyal residents of the Wallace community, surrounding residents, friends, and family, ask you, the Santa Rosa County Zoning Board, to vote no on case 21, request for rezoning. And I just personally am asking from the bottom of my heart to keep our rural community rural. Thank you.
Anyone else from the audience want to speak at this time? Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
Good evening. Louis Williford, 3107 Apache. I live just north of the proposed site plan. Traffic, I'll just go ahead and reiterate what everyone else has said. Traffic is already horrendous coming up Chumuckla Highway. I've been living up there for a little over 5 years. I've moved back to the community, and I moved back there just for that. I was gone for 30 years. I'm retired now. I want to stay nice and quiet up there. I like to look at the stars and see them. I've lived in the city and the hustle bustle, not just in Pensacola, but I've lived in New York. You can't see a star to shake a stick at. It's so bright. And now we're proposing this. To take country life away and put 4 houses on each acre of land is not what I signed up for when I moved to the Chumuckla area. It's absolutely gorgeous up there, and I don't want to see it taken away. Please consider this also. Recently, they want to put a Dollar General in. And on that Dollar General, they have taken the access off of Chumuckla Highway and moved it onto Salter. And that is their proposed plan, is the way I understand it. So an entrance off of Chumuckla Highway into this neighborhood, definitely not a good idea. It should come off the far side, at the far end of the property of Wallace Lake, if it's going to have to be built at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition? Ms. Cato?
Thank you. I always appreciate when people are willing to, excuse me, my dress is sticking. I always appreciate when people are willing to come out and stand at this podium and speak on these issues, because it's not easy. And I appreciate the comments that have been.
Did your
Can
mic
you
go off?
can you pull that down a little
Off.
bit? I'm having a
I turned it
difficult
off again, sorry. Several people mentioned the need for responsible growth, and I would just say that I believe that this does constitute responsible growth. One of the things that we consider in long-range planning are the constrained areas where you don't want to have growth. I know the county has a constrained areas map that shows and we have more constrained areas than you would think. A number of years ago, the county adopted a rural protection plan, and I drew a line across the northern part of the county. That line for rural protection is considerably north of where we're talking about tonight. The county has myriad wetland protection areas, environmentally sensitive areas, thousands of acres protected in that regard. We have airfield protection zones where upzoning is not allowed. We have flood zones and surge zones where we don't want to encourage too much development. So all of those areas are areas we want to stay away from. So then in looking where all these people are going to come over the next 20, 25, 30 years, this is a responsible growth area then. It's on a major arterial highway. I live near there. I understand that the traffic is increasing. It's also an area, like I said before, where sewer utility is available, and that's a key factor in determining where to have additional development happen. And it's something that, quite frankly, Santa Rosa County is a little bit hindered in being able to match up real closely, because unlike other communities, the county commission doesn't own the utilities. So when we have an opportunity like this, when this kind of next segment of property along a major roadway also happens to be where the utility has extended sewer, I just feel like it's responsible growth to take advantage of that and look at that as the area for additional development. So with that said, again, I would just encourage you to approve this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's let the board decide. Questions for applicant or any of those in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that I've studied this project and appreciate some of the comments that our local citizens have made. And but I would like to say that if we don't grow, we die as a county. And these are the kind of things we need, in my opinion. I would be willing to support this. It's reasonable, in my opinion. And it's one of those things that are tough decisions, I know, by our board and by our community, because it's, you live in a rural area, and I've lived in rural areas in the past, and nobody wants to see in that specific spot. But what about all the people that, are now going to be denied a home because nobody wants, we always got to have a fine balance. Based on the research I've done with this particular development, I think this fits the criteria of a good development in our county, so I'm going to support it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
In the roughly 12 years that I've been on this board, one of the things that we have consistently upheld is the low density in the western end of the county up the 197 corridor. We've got some higher density south of Luther Fowler. I live in Hammersmith, and kind of like the song Rocky Top, I feel like a duck in a pen. It's a pity life. We have consistently protected low density. You look at the subdivisions that have gone in, Wallace Lake Road, those lots are half-acre lots, and that was basically something that came about because of an agreement between the developer and the county commissioners. You've got Hidden Forest, 5 to 20 acres. You've got Foxborough, 4-acre lots. You've got Rock Creek. There's 14 lots on Rock Creek, 150 acres. The average lot size is 21 acres. Like I said, we have consistently protected low density in this part of the county. And I would take exception to the fact that this does not contribute to urban sprawl, because it does. We take a look at item 5, fails to adequately protect adjacent agricultural areas, activities including silviculture, active agriculture and silviculture activities, passive agricultural activities, and prime farmlands. I can honestly say that stretch of 197 has got the highest concentration of #1 farmland of any county in the United States of America. You've got some cotton, you've got some peanut fields up there that average 7,500 acres of peanuts on a good year. On a bad year, about 6,500. The county average everywhere else is 3,800 pounds an acre. This is very, very valuable land. I know that people want to live up there. I want to live up there. But like I said, in the last 12 years that I've been on this board, we've had a lot of proposed subdivisions come in front of us, and we basically have resisted the R1. Looking at what's going on up there right now, to paraphrase Mr. Hawkins on some other issues that we've seen, this is a classic example of spot rezoning, and I cannot support it.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Reader.
just to comment along the same lines, I always appreciate Ms. Cato's being as thoughtful and mindful as she is when she comes. And I do agree with James that our county needs to grow, but I think this is a little too far north. I mean, there's tractors that drive up and down that road pretty regularly. You know, you drive on that road, you're going to have to take the time to pass them, and that's obviously traffic everywhere is going to be a problem. Pace has a traffic problem. We understand it. We know it. But I feel like this is a little too far north for this when it's, like you said, it's surrounded by farms on every side. And my fear, and although we don't want a spot zone, nothing we do sets a precedent, if this one goes to R1, farmers start thinking about, well, instead of get my yields off this land, I'll sell it to a developer for lots of money if they can rezone it R1, and we start losing that in this area. So it concerns me for that reason. Although we don't set precedents, we don't change the LDC, the more we start to stretch, and obviously houses are stretching up Chumuckla Highway, but I think there's a certain character to the types of houses that are being built up that way. Obviously, on 40 acres, if you've stuck to an acre, you're only getting 40 houses instead of 160. That's going to make a big difference for the developer. But I think where I've supported other areas, I don't think this is an area where I think we should be increasing density. And I think along that corridor, I wouldn't be in support of any increased density. Building's one thing, but I think that's a little too much of an increase for me to feel comfortable with.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cato, thank you very much for another great presentation and a lot of detail. And that's what I look at as the facts. This is unique in a number of ways. As I sit there and literally went through the package, not just now, but in the last few days, we have water up there, and we have sewer up there. We have a road system that is not going to, this is not going to change the level of service to the roads. It's going to remain a sea level road, even with 574 more trips a day. We have only, according to the school board, now this is from the school system, this only increases the school count by 44 children. So, and I mean, how they get to their numbers, they have their own algorithm that comes from the state. We have, people that want affordable homes on small pieces of property. We hear that, we know that, and that property is not to be found down here, as a lot of you have heard tonight. Property on the south end has just went nuts. So, yes, there is a need for that. When they look at the compatibility, I think, again, if we didn't have water and sewer out there, yes, then that would be the issue. But because we have that, I think that takes care of the compatibility issue. The sprawl, again, Ms. Cato used two words earlier in her presentation, and they were property rights. And I always keep this little booklet right here in my folder. It's called the Constitution. And that's what I usually, well, not usually, that is what I will go and use to make my final decision. And because of the way I look at this, I might not agree with the number of houses they want to build in this conceptual plan. I think it's too much, but that, again, this will not be the end game. It will have more than one entrance and exit. So at this point, I will vote to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to, if I may, I'm also looking at the proposed, what was provided to us by the staff, as well as going through the entire package. I've always been a very, very strong proponent of growth. However, I'm just an old dirt road country boy from North Alabama, and I don't see where this is going to protect that agriculture lifestyle in the north end of the county. I can't support this.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a comment on what some of the things that Scott said. Water and sewer. There's not a whole lot of potable water. I'm building a house in Chumuckla right now, and I'm on a well and a septic tank. And I'm basically 3 miles from where this thing is. Pace Water Company's running a sewer line down Chumuckla right now, and I'm kind of wondering what brought that on. Because I know there's not enough taps on Chumuckla right now to pay for it. So there may have been something in the woodwork that's now just coming to the surface. Potable water, there's not at all. You know, they say there is, but there's not. This is a rural area, and I personally think it needs to stay that way.
Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, just one more. I mean, I'm a huge fan of, you know, being able to do what you want on your property. And I think if this were already zoned R1 and they were trying to do a PUD or something like that, I'd feel more confident. But trying to change the zonage, you are changing the character of the area. And this, I normally don't put hardly any stock into petitions, because you can hand a person getting assigned something but there's not a whole lot of folks that live around that area, and to find 245 or 250 of them, whatever, to sign in an area where that may be just about every house you're going to see in that area, that means a little bit more to me than a typical petition. Looking at a lot of the names are folks that I grew up with, and because this is the area where I'm from, and knowing how long a lot of them have been there, and I think they're trying to protect the character of what they see as not just someone else's property, but also it would change theirs in some pretty significant ways to have this much. And again, if I saw something that, you know, maybe 50, I'd feel better, but I don't want to upzone. I think it changes the character too much for that area.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Ms. Cato, I personally would feel better if they were half-acre lots. I know your developer won't make as much money with that, but I think it would be a little more acceptable and more of a transitional from ag into the urban area of Pace. Have them draw it out, see what they think. I just know the pulse of the county commission right now, and no matter what we recommend, I can almost predict down to a person how they're going to vote. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to deny.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman, second.
I'll second.
We have a second? We have 2 seconds. So whichever one you write down. Any further discussion from the board? Please vote. A yes vote is a vote to deny. And that is 7. And those opposing the denial? 6 to 2. 6 to 2. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all staying as late as you did. We got that one done in 33 minutes with all of our discussion. Thank you so much. Y'all drive safe going back to Chumuckla.